I'm just feeling a little bit like tightness right here.
Test 1, 2, 3. Okay, we will reconvene the meeting, and we will have the Pledge of Allegiance and our closed session report out. The first, I will ask all to rise and follow me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. There's a lot of things I could bring up in order for us to give a moment of silence to, but I'm going to revert back to our last holiday at Memorial Day, and and shout out to all those men and women who gave service in our country. And if you didn't have a chance to think of them on that day, please think of them now, and be very thankful for all that they have done for us. Now we will have our closed session report, and the clerk of the Board of Trustees will report the actions that we have taken during closed session.
4.1, no reportable action taken regarding public employee performance evaluation, superintendent. 4.2, no reportable action taken regarding negotiations. 4.3, no reportable action taken regarding personnel. 4.4, the Board of Trustees unanimously voted to make the following appointment: James Robinson, Executive Director of Fiscal Services. 4.5, the Board of Trustees, by a vote of 5-0, approved the settlement agreement in Orange County Superior Court case number 30-20-00812893-CU-PO-CJC. 4.6, the Board of Trustees, by a vote of 5-0, approved the settlement agreement in Orange County Superior Court case number 30-219-01085464-6 CU-03-CJC. 4.7, the Board of Trustees, by a vote of 5-0, approved the settlement agreement in OAH case number 2021040540, resolving all issues in students' due process complaint by providing compensatory services, assessing student, and providing reimbursement in the amount of $8,000. 4.8, the Board of Trustees, by a vote of 5-0, approved the settlement agreement in OAH case number 2021040786, resolving all issues in students' due process complaint by providing compensatory services and independent educational evaluation and reimbursement in the amount of $5,500.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on to recognitions, and our item 6.1, our classified employees of the year. The Board of Trustees would like to recognize the Anaheim Union High School District 2020 to 2021 Classified Employee of the Year nominees that are listed on the agenda. These 24 classified employees of the year were nominated and were recognized.
I'm sorry. Did you want to recognize James?
Oh, is James? I was looking. James, I didn't recognize you. I'm sorry.
But also our new hire, too, James Robinson.
Okay. Do you want me to do that now or after?
Well, normally, right, it's after.
Okay, well, I was gonna say, I kept looking and I didn't see, okay. They omitted that right here. I kept looking to see where it was. Okay, I'd like to make the recognition of some of our community stakeholders that are here at our district meeting for attending our board meeting. And we want to thank you and each one of you for your participation and contribution as we create an educational environment that graduates socially aware, civic-minded students, okay? And we have James Gorin representing ASTA, the Vice President of ASTA, and we have one of our new hires, who?
James Robinson.
James, all right, come, you didn't give me his name, I'm sorry.
Robinson.
James Robinson.
It's not here. Okay.
There we go.
Oh, James Robinson, okay, I'm sorry, James. Okay, this is our new executive director. No, wait a minute, I got this whole title written down here. Okay, he's our new executive director of fiscal services. Would you like to come forward and introduce yourself, James?
This one, okay, sure.
It threw me a curve, and I apologize to both of you gentlemen.
Not a problem. I understand how these things go, and especially just transitioning back to the physical environment and all the, so we're all evolving in together. So first of all, I wanted to thank the board for the vote and the support. Obviously, it means a great deal to me to be able to continue in school business for Anaheim Union. I'd also like to thank Superintendent Masuda, Nancy Yin, and the cabinet, and I'm just really looking forward to supporting the entire Anaheim Union team as you serve students and families in such a large district, large high school, middle school district. So really looking forward to getting started next month. So thank you guys again for your support and confidence.
Welcome.
Okay, welcome aboard. Okay, and
Anybody besides James Goran?
I don't, do we have any other representatives? Any PTA or CSEA? No? Okay. This is different. We're having some people inside this time rather than just us, so I apologize. Okay, let me continue on then about our classified employees. We'd like to recognize the 24 Classified Employee of the Year nominees were recognized during a virtual event on May 13th of 2021 for their exemplary service to the district, the students, and the community. And the Board of Trustees echoes the statements of appreciation and recognizes the efforts of these dedicated employees and acknowledges the value of their contributions. And the Board of Trustees applauds these employees and their contributions that they have given to the district. Okay, so now we'll back over here to reports of associations. And since we have Mr. Gorin here representing ASTA, would you like to step up to the mic and give us a report? A glowing report. I know, okay.
I felt kind of like I was on the Price of Right today. I had to come on down from the other room to
Come on down.
do my speech today. So, all right. Good evening, board members, Superintendent Matsuda, and cabinet members. ASTA would like to congratulate the district on the completion of another successful LCAP stakeholder engagement process. The association is appreciative of the transparency of the process and for the opportunity for all the stakeholders to meaningfully participate and influence the allocation of district funds on behalf of our students. This school year, all stakeholder groups prioritized reducing class size as a significant student need post-pandemic, and the district was supportive of the recommendation. For the next 2 school years, our students will benefit socially, emotionally, and academically from these lower class sizes. ASTA is grateful for the investment in smaller classes to better serve our students and their families. ASTA is pleased to announce that after receiving a $75,000 community schools grant from the National Education Association, our national teacher union affiliate, ASTA leaders have begun the process of meeting with district representatives, to coordinate the growth and expansion of the current AUHSD Community Schools program at Sycamore and Anaheim High School, with the shared goal of implementing community schools at Dale Junior High and Magnolia in the upcoming school year. It is our hope that through this collaborative effort, we will establish a model governance structure and best practices for future community schools in our district. Thanks to Family and Community Engagement FACE Coordinator Araceli Chavez and Community Schools Coordinators Tanya Garcia and Araceli Huerta for being our partners in this project. This past school year, there were many COVID-related challenges that impacted the safety of students and employees. As intense as these challenges were, the COVID pandemic created another opportunity for ASTA and the district to rise up together to meet these challenges as collaborative problem solvers through various groups and committees. We know that there will be different challenges this year, but we look forward to continuing to problem solve with the district as an equal partner in the collaborative process. We thank the board and cabinet for their commitment to our partnership.
Thank you, James.
Okay, thank you, James. And
Summer, James.
yes. Do we have any other association members that came in and want to report? I don't see any other. Okay, moving on then to public comments, open session items. This is the opportunity for the public to make comments at the beginning of each agenda item and at this time for items not on the agenda. Persons wishing to address the Board of Trustees should complete a speaker request form, which is available on the information table at the back of the room. Each speaker is limited to a maximum of 5 minutes. Each topic is limited to a total of 20 minutes. Board members cannot immediately respond to your public comment as stated on the speaker request form. Comments may be submitted online as well until noon, well, that was today, and online submissions will be provided to the trustees prior to the board meeting. I have 4 requests to speak, and we will start with Anna Fernandez.
Good evening, Anaheim Union High School School District Board of Trustees. My name is Ana Fernandez. I am a parent of Price Elementary with Anaheim Intersections Initiative. Our group has been meeting on a regular basis since March of 2020, right before our lives changed due to the COVID-19 pandemic. We are a coalition made up of students, parents, community members, and nonprofit organizations from the city of Anaheim. We seek to confront institutional racism or any other form of discrimination and strengthen the engagement in local school systems to ensure improved education outcomes for Anaheim. Students, leaders of today and tomorrow, especially our most vulnerable students, as well as improve family involvement in students' educations and support equitable resource distribution of Anaheim schools and communities, with the mutual goal to develop school systems in achieving the 21st century education. In the last year, we've held various research meetings with school board members and Superintendent Matsuda. On April 22nd, we presented our vision for racially equitable schools through a restorative restart by presenting a couple of policy briefs and recommendations to ensure the well-being of our students, especially the additional funds received from the CARES Act and American Rescue Plan Act of additional $125.9 million in COVID funds to AUHSD. Our parents participate in the LCAP process to have a voice in the equitable budget decision-making process. However, after participating in the complete process, I still don't fully understand the puzzle as a whole when we only participate in one piece. We want transparency to be reflected by understanding the budget distribution process. Never really been able to fully express my thoughts, and it's usually because of the Zoom, the limitation with the Zoom and the access to some of the features, and there's also this time constraint. What I would like to see, or we would like to see, is parents take more of an active role in the decision-making, and we really want our parents to advocate for the students and our community. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker is Aiden Pena. Pena, sorry.
Good evening, Board of Trustees. My name is Adan Pena. I am a student at Anaheim High School, and I am part of a nonprofit organizing coalition known as Anaheim Intersections. We had originally gathered together to help end institutional racism and other forms of discrimination. We had gathered together in March of 2020, right before the pandemic, in which the lives of our own and those within our communities were impacted tremendously. Throughout the pandemic, our group has gathered together and met with various groups of people, parents, students, community members, and board members, and district administrative staff. Through these gatherings, we joined together to discuss and communicate with each other over various problems. I myself, as a student who has experienced the pandemic along with many others, have myself experienced mental health issues throughout the pandemic. Has myself experienced mental health issues throughout the pandemic. For example, I noticed myself feeling more anxious as the pandemic progressed due to the new environment I was placed in while continuing my studies online. A big part of the reason why my anxiety worsened was due to the fact that my camera would normally be off. Because of this, it had also led me to feel more disconnected from my classmates. I also witnessed friends and family to have experienced similar, if not worse, mental health issues, which is why I stand before you to share the impact and ask you to prioritize our well-being through the adoption of the budget. It is necessary that we are able to access and utilize the additional $125 million to ensure a restorative start for all students. Our academic success will be directly connected to our overall well-being. The pandemic has impacted everyone in some way, but students are affected with this in a different way, as it came at a key developmental time during our lives to heal and restore some of the long-term damage. These resources are easily accessible to everyone because even if some people say they are okay, chances are they are not. Thank you for your time and having me.
Well done. Well done.
Thank you. Maritza Bermudez, our next speaker.
Good evening, Board of Trustees. Very happy to be here tonight. Very happy to see you all, and I'm glad we're in this space, which we've missed for a while, right? Well, my name is Maritza Bermudez. I am a parent of an 8th grade student at Sycamore Junior High, and right now, everything just blew off after I heard Adan of what I actually wanted to come say. Like you said, this pandemic really hit us hard. I'm a 92805 resident. I live in the Rosevine Bush neighborhood, which was really highly impacted by the COVID. I also was working during the pandemic with a nonprofit organization. So I saw firsthand what the pandemic did, especially to my community. Try to recollect my thoughts because we also went through some hard times with my daughter. And so I really want to advocate for the mental health, and I'm part of the Mental Health Ambassador Program. And I'm going to really put more than 100% into it because I've firsthand lived it. So we want to make sure that our families, have that support. And also I want to thank you guys. especially Miss Anne Marie, Mr. Aljabar, that were out there with me. Miss Anne Marie, you were there when we started doing the milk distributions with other parents from Anaheim Union and Anaheim Elementary, that we saw the need and you made the connection with another organization. So I thank you for that, because my community and the community here, not just only in Anaheim, but Santa Ana and other cities around, were benefited by that connection that you did for us. Mr. Aljabar, been very, very key in helping our community, and from the bottom of my heart, I really thank everything you've done. And I thank all of you for the support that you had for, not reopening our schools, because I know other parents wanted to open the schools, but you made a good decision overall. And I look forward to having all our kids back in August when it is a lot safer to be there. One thing I wanted to touch on was on the parent involvement. I've been a very involved parent. I don't like when they say I'm a parent leader, because I love my community. I am an Anaheim High School graduate. I have a 2017 daughter who graduated from Anaheim High School. Frida will also graduate from Anaheim High School, and 3 more children of mine will graduate from Anaheim High School. That is my love for my community. And I'm here to let you know that we are partners. We as parents want a seat at the table, and you have given us that seat at the table, but not completely. We sometimes are shut out of certain things. We're not giving a full voice. For example, in the LCAP, a lot of our parents don't understand even what the LCAP is. I do have a little bit more understanding of what the LCAP is, because I've been a little bit more involved over the years. But I see that lack of interest of some parents, because they are not fully aware what it is. So we need to do a better job to educate and invite our parents to be part of this process, and that we are welcomed, and that you are willing to show us, each step of the process. Like my the parent Ana Hernandez said, we don't really understand it completely. We're kind of only get one piece of the puzzle, and we need to be able to know every piece of the puzzle and how to put it together. Because I believe that the biggest partner that a school district has is the parents, it's the family, it's where it starts. And I'm living proof of it, because I was part of the first cohort of the Parent Leadership Academy that when they started in the district. And I'm living proof, because I have a university graduate as of a month ago. And so being involved, I know, gives your child a better chance to succeed. And I want to really, really invite you to look into the parent involvement piece, because my daughter was going to Sycamore Junior High, and she's going to be going next year. But that poor face, that was her first year, which I thank Aljabar for giving me a seat at the table to be part of the interview process, because I feel it's very important that parents have a seat at the table when we're interviewing anything that has to do with family engagement, that we are not left to the side, because they will be working with us. And I, as a parent and being involved, know my community, and I feel like I can bring that after all these years of experience. I can keep on working even harder with the district and with my schools. But during the pandemic, yes, there was food distributions, yes, there was COVID testing. I knew it because I worked almost at all the COVID testing clinics when we were testing over 1,000 people. But there was no support for that faces that I saw at Sycamore Junior High, right in the 92805 area. We needed more support. I know our direction focused on the testing, on the food distributions, but we also had parents like myself that wanted to keep on growing, even though we were in the middle of a pandemic. I wanted to learn more. My time almost up? Okay, sorry. So I just want to invite you to look more into the parent involvement piece, how we can better build more parent involvement, parent engagement, and parent leaders. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And our last speaker will be Rosa Bond.
Good evening, everyone. Yes, I am a parent. I know I look young. But it's
Lucky you.
Right? But when it comes to my kids, I'm very expressive in that I'm advocating for them, even though they're still little right now. And you know what? I am also part of the Anaheim Intersections Initiative for that reason. I've experienced it, personal experiences from children being discriminated at school, and it hurts. So I want to create an atmosphere for my children where they're able to take on that leadership role for the community. And in doing so, having open conversations of what the reality is, institutional racism. And because of the pandemic, I know you guys are probably going to be tired of hearing that, but I was already aware of what was going on because I lived it. Now, most of us are aware of it now even more because there's facts, there's statistics that is showing that students are not given the opportunities that they deserve because of a system. And we have the ability to change those systems, and they're not going to be easy. But I want to have dialogues with you guys and the difficulties of students not being able to have the same opportunities for various reasons. Housing, having opportunities to advance, or just, it's frustrating as a parent. My child may have other opportunities, but other students are not. And parents are trying to figure out why. Is my student not good enough? Is they're not studying? And there are systems that students are falling in the cracks, and I think we need to address them. And the LCAP is a great opportunity. Although, like most of Anna mentioned it, and Maritza's parents, that I want to be engaged in those conversations. I want you to guys take my word, and that I'm sharing my experiences because I lived them, and also because I'm hearing from the community. The community is crying out for us to raise those voices and say, students need opportunities, and we need to look in the parent engagement as an actual stakeholder as well, in that their opinion matters because they're there with the students. Help us understand that process. Help us understand that institution, because there's something wrong with it. Otherwise, I would not be here if everything was fine. So I just wanted to say that, and sorry, I'm all over the place, but I just want students to have opportunities, and I want us to be mindful. I want us to be open of what is not working, so that we can collaborate and find something that is working, because the students deserve that and more. And I think this is a great opportunity because COVID is going to fade off. And we have the opportunity to address those tough issues, those difficult conversations, those trainings, those workshops that are much needed to address what needs to be addressed, because those students are going to be in history, and we want to make sure that they're doing history justice, and that they're the ones that are making those changes in transparency. And I want to thank you, because I can continue on talking of how much I want to be a supportive parent and engaged in conversations like this. And I know they're not easy, but something has to be done, and somebody has to address it. And I don't mind being me or my fellow supporters, and that we just want to address something that is not easy. And it just needs to be done, and I hope that you guys really consider having that dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you to all of our public comment speakers. We appreciate you taking the time and coming up and giving us your concerns and your comments. Moving on now, we will go on to some of our presentations this evening. 9.1 will be the California School Dashboard and Local Indicators. And Dr. Freed will be presenting this information.
Great, thank you, Board President Pierce. I know our Ed Division team is going to be coming on in. I do want to say, as Paulina is getting the PowerPoint, first of all, good evening, members of the board, President Pierce, Cabinet, those in the audience, and of course, those watching tonight on our live stream.
Dr. Freed, can I, Madam President, I just wanted to kind of make sure that the parents who are here and Adan as a student, that you guys stick around for the LCAP presentation and afterwards, so that way you understand the questions and all that. So hopefully you guys will stick around. Thank you.
Right, because it will be right after this item. It is 9.2, as most of you are aware of, yes.
Yes, and actually what I was just going to say too is, although tonight is going to feel somewhat celebratory, and I'll explain why in a second, because of the challenges that we went through as a district and how I think we really did a beautiful job of navigating the challenges that we were all presented with. I also want to acknowledge what our parents and our students said this evening, because as you all know, the pandemic did exacerbate or heighten a lot of the inequities that were already in place. It made it very clear. It also, I think, brought to us a lot of silver linings, things that we as an educational system can do differently to better support students and provide even more promising outcomes for students as they move into college, career, and life success. So we're going to touch upon that tonight in our presentation, both in this first one, which is the local indicator presentation, but then in more depth in our LCAP presentation that will follow this. Having said that, I am incredibly proud of the work that our district has done this school year. It hasn't been easy, and there have been a lot of challenges that we've been faced with, but I think our teachers, our counselors, our classified staff, our administrators have done a remarkable job working closely with our community to really try to close some of those gaps and build the structures and systems that need to be built to support our students long term. So I'm excited to share this with you and our team tonight. Tonight's first presentation is really connected to the California School Dashboard and the local indicators. As you know, the purpose of this presentation, we've been doing this for a few years now. We didn't do it last year because it was suspended as a result of the pandemic. But we've been doing this the last couple of years where really we're going to give you a brief overview of the California dashboard. Know that the dashboard is very different than the system we used to have, the accountability system that was based on a single test. Now there are multiple measures, and my colleague will share a little bit more in detail in a moment. But it's also a chance to share the reflective tools that our district has used to assess our progress as it relates to these local indicators. Just like our local control accountability plan, our LCAP, is all about local control and us, internally our community, making decisions on how we want to spend our resources to support students. These local indicators give us a lot of autonomy to reflect on the things that we're doing as it connects to these local indicators to support students in those areas. Also, by doing this presentation, we are meeting the requirement that has been established by the California Department of Education, which requires us to hold a presentation at a board meeting to make the board aware of the process the local education agency, our district, went through to meet this requirement. Okay, so having said that, it is going to be a great pleasure to bring up my colleague who in 2 weeks will officially become, as you know, our Director of Career Preparedness Systems Framework, Ms. Amanda Bean.
Good evening, Board of Trustees, Cabinet. Thank you for having us tonight. Tonight our team is going to be preparing or sharing with you the local indicators and the work that we've done. So to talk really quickly about the accountability system, just to keep in mind that this is what we use to share our performance data with the public and how we're compared and measured against other districts and other schools within our state. As Dr. Fried said, it is more than a single number. And so recognizing that a quality education is defined by more than a single test score, as we will see in some of the topics that we'll talk about tonight. Also, it's a measurement of continuous improvement, and so every year a change or a percent is calculated, and we're compared to the previous year, and we're measured against our own growth, and not necessarily compared to the growth of other districts, but our own growth each year. One of the biggest things I think is important to all of us is that it focuses on addressing these disparities amongst the student groups. And so we have a great focus on our student groups such as English learners, students with disabilities, foster youth, McKinney-Vento, and we really have a great emphasis on making sure that we are addressing the needs of those particular groups. And then also, the accountability system is integral to the development of our LCAP and that local decision making. And so we have been given the honor and the privilege of being able to make those decisions for ourselves, and the data that comes from the accountability system and the dashboard and the indicators helps us be able to do that effectively. So one thing to keep in mind that this year, when we look at the dashboard calculations, because of COVID-19 and the recent legislation, the 2020 dashboard only reported demographic information, so the school details, the population data, and that was about it. Otherwise, we didn't report on other things like chronic absenteeism or A through G data or graduation rate like we normally would. So when we see our results for the 2021 dashboard, it's going to be a comparison based from 2019 to 2021. And so we'll have skipped the 2020 school year. The dashboard really informs the development of the LCAP, like I mentioned. So the dashboard really helps us identify the areas of strength and the areas of need within our district. Because of the way it's reported, we can see where we're growing. It's a very simple system with a color coding that helps us see very quickly like our areas of growth and our areas of need. Along with our local data and our local priorities, such as college and career readiness measurements and indicators, our new career preparedness systems framework, we can use those additional data points to inform our decision making and our planning, which then creates the LCAP. And so the LCAP is our vehicle for us to review, articulate our plans, address our areas of a need, decide how we're going to spend our money, and make sure that we're supporting those student groups. Later tonight, you will hear a really in-depth presentation about the LCAP. So leading into the indicators, as the dashboard makes up 11 multiple measures, and so 6 of them are state indicators, and we're not going to focus so much on those tonight, but those 6 indicators do include the graduation rate, academic performance, suspension rate, English learner programs, the college and career indicator, which within that includes A through G, dual enrollment, AP participation, IB participation, JROTC participation. So there's a lot of things that go into that indicator, and also chronic absenteeism. What we're going to focus on tonight are the 5 local indicators, which are basic conditions, implementation of the state standards, parent engagement, school climate, and then access to a broad course of study. To help aid in the presentation tonight, as our colleagues are speaking, we did provide a data packet to accompany some of the data points that lead into these indicators. So, you may have questions about, some of what is being presented. There are some data pieces for you to look at and then be able to ask about at the end. So just again, a reminder that we are required to use the State Board of Education approved reflection tools to measure our progress on these 5 indicators. And so we go through and we do an evaluation on the 5 indicators, and we submit them to the dashboard in the early fall, and that was public information, so anybody can go onto the dashboard and see our narratives and what we have indicated, the work that we've done towards meeting the indicator, and we are to report our progress at a board meeting, which is what's going to happen tonight. So with that, I would like to invite Mr. Joe Carmona to speak with us about the local indicator of basic services. Thank you.
Good evening, board, cabinet members, and guests. I'll be speaking tonight regarding the indicator surrounding basic services. Oh, sorry, Dr. So there, while this is one area, there are actually 3 different components that make up the basic services indicator. The first addresses state priority 1, which is about appropriately credentialed teachers, or priority 1 is appropriately credentialed teachers are access to standards aligned instructional materials and clean and functional school facilities. These are measured by 3 defined areas, right? So that's our credentialing information for our teachers. We do a report each year around access to instructional materials, and you as the board approve that resolution each year that we have access to those materials. And then lastly, for school facilities, we use what's called the facility inspection tool, and that's a standard which is set by the state, and that's reported on our school accountability report card. And so that tool, again, it's very specific in its scope, right? And basically it's our facilities in good repair. And it's a checklist, right, of all these different items that are reviewed through the Williams review. And so, you know, sometimes people are like, well, this school is very old. Yes, but we've done a great job of keeping it in good repair, right? So they don't want to confuse age with, you know, the tremendous work of our maintenance and other staff who maintain our facilities. So for this indicator, we did meet our targets in these areas in terms of appropriately credentialed and assigned teachers. All of our teachers are appropriately credentialed, and we had 8 misassignments. Those misassignments were actually in the area of ROTC. Our ROTC instructors have the appropriately credential, but they do not have an EL authorization, which is why they are considered misassigned for when they have students who are English learners. And that's why it is only 8, because we have 8 of those different instructors across the various programs. So that's a tremendous job. Thanks to our Human Resources Department for continuing to ensure that we hire qualified folks. And it's also a testament to really the appeal of working in our school district, right? We continue to draw quality applicants for all of the positions we have available each year. The second component, access to aligned instruction materials. So all of our students had access to their materials. This was while normally we might consider this a pretty easy task, right? Students come to school and we give them their books and their materials. With the pandemic, this really required much more than it has in the past. So this was a tremendous effort on the behalf of our district librarian, the library and media technicians, our site technicians, Eric Greenwood and his department providing devices and access. So whether students had a physical textbook or were accessing an electronic version, that was really a monumental effort this year to ensure that our students had access to all of those necessary materials. And then lastly, clean and functional school facilities. So again, all of our facilities met the standard of being in good repair. And this included, you know, we had 0 extreme deficiencies. Again, that is based around the use of what's called the facility inspection tool. And so while our maintenance department does a tremendous work in maintaining our facilities, and obviously we continue to look at updating and improving our facilities, and Patty's team under the direction of Nancy, right, continues to do amazing work in that area. So for our first indicator of basic services, we met each of those areas. And with that, I'll turn it over to my colleague, Jackie Counts.
Can I ask a question?
You absolutely may, Mr. Jabbar.
How do we remedy the 8 misassignment of teachers?
Scott Jensen and actually myself, Mr. Hernandez, and Mrs. Bean have spent a considerable amount of time meeting with the ROTC instructors to develop a plan where they can earn that appropriate credential over a period of time, right? The specific type of credential that they have, which allows them to be an ROTC instructor, it's not the same as a usual teaching credential, right? And so we have worked with them to put out a plan in place where over a period of 2 to 3 years, they can actually complete those additional requirements that the rest of our teachers have completed, so they can have that English learner authorization as well.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. And with that, I'll turn it over to Jackie.
Good evening. Good evening, Board of Trustees and Cabinet. It's my pleasure to, let me see, here we go. It's my pleasure to present to you Local Indicator Implementation of State Standards. State Priority 2, and we use, the standard reads, the LEA annually measures the progress of implementing state standard, academic standards. The tool was supplied by the state of California, and we used a reflection tool, and we rate the LEA's progress in providing professional learning for teaching to the recently adopted academic standards and curriculum framework. In Anaheim Union High School District, as you know, we have 3 tools that teachers use to plan their lessons and to implement both the state standards and the framework itself. All 3 of these tools are student-centered. Starting with the 5 C's, you have the 5 C's that are skills, the skills that students need to be successful at school, in college, in career, and in life. The first best instruction focuses mostly on what we call knowing your student, knowing their story, knowing their assets and needs, and knowing their names. And we demonstrate this by capturing kids' hearts. Even in this pandemic, teachers in the virtual world know the kids' names. They have the kids actually use thumbs up, thumbs down questions, and they encourage kids to be part of the class, to be actively involved in the class. And then the final piece is the Career Preparedness Systems Framework. This is pulling it all together. You notice even in the graphic there, the student is in the center. And this year, our professional learning will really focus on a great deal on student voice and purpose. And this is also indicated through our soapbox speeches, our AUHSD talks, and also through our career exploration and dual enrollment, and also definitely with our exclusive career pathways that we have at all of our high schools and junior highs. So we're going beyond the standards, is what we're saying. So AUHSD shows areas of strength in providing professional learning and instructional materials aligned to the standards, frameworks, through a system of support. And in this next slide, you see, there it is. The system of the support for professional learning that AUHSD has developed starts really with our curriculum specialists who lead the professional learning in leading department chairs, lead teachers, 5C coaches, but also our education division directors and coordinators do a great deal too. You've seen the presentations by some of our directors. I'm thinking the math task force, the ethnic studies. Also, Dr. Bryant leads the world languages. And so it is a system. It's all of us in this together, providing the best type of professional learning to support our teachers and ultimately our students. Here's some more highlights that do demonstrate the implementation of state standards. Our learning management system. Last summer, as you recall, we had to do a quick pivot or quick turnaround to get all of our students trained in Schoology. This was led again by our curriculum specialists, and I'm very proud to say that about 1,000 teachers were trained during the summer to get ready for the fall. And now, starting this spring, we're switching to eCadence, and the same thing has happened with the help of the 5C coaches, department chairs, and other lead teachers. Our teachers at every site were trained on the basics of eCadence, our new learning management system. And this summer, we have multitudes of professional learning going on currently and through the rest of the summer. The plan is to continue that training for the learning management system. We even have what we call a tech squad, and it's a group of students who are developing videos and other frequently asked questions. They're Cambridge Virtual Academy kids who've had the privilege to be using eCadence this whole year, so they have a real bead on what really is needed. And they're working on it as we speak this whole month of June. We also have the State Seal of Civic Engagement. We had 19, this is the first year that this was, this was actually implemented by the state. We had 1,900 AUHSD students who received the seal of, state seal of civic engagement. And I want to emphasize that out of the 3,000 statewide, 1,900 were Anaheim Union High School District students. I think that is something to be very, very proud of. We have 16 California democracy schools. And this year we had 2 schools earn the highest privilege of excellence for the state of California civic engagement, and we had 4 others receive the merit award. Again, in the state seal of biliteracy, we had 1,301 students receive their seal of biliteracy. And this is all during a pandemic year. All of our trainings are purposefully and very focused on these 3 pillars. The pillars of course routine and predictability. That's always great for our certain student groups, such as our students with disability and English learners, but it's great for every student to know where do I find the language objective, the objective for the day, where do I find all the resources that I need. They need to know this, and our teachers are being trained to do that specifically. The second one is teacher presence. Again, I go back to capturing kids' hearts, restorative circles, and other pieces like that that really add to the social emotional needs of our students, and this is with teachers' presence, okay? And third is always so important, community building and connection. We want the kids to feel they're connected to our schools and our district. These 3 pillars are the basis of our professional learning. So where are our areas of growth and our next steps? You heard from Carlos Hernandez about the Math Task Force findings, which resulted in the adoption of new textbooks in both junior high and high school. Not going to go into that too much because he had a very thorough presentation in May. I think something to be very highlighted here is that the teachers felt empowered. The teachers are ready to take on the new adoption. But I will say this, professional learning is not going to be focused so much on the materials as it is focused on the math frameworks and the mathematical practices. This is very important. UCI's science project and next generation science standards. Lead teachers have been trained by UCI on this. They are developing a scope and sequence for the junior high courses and the three courses in high school. Professional learning will ensue. That's based on that definitely for all science teachers, and it will happen this year. That's questions?
I don't know if all board members got this information. Oh.
Yeah, on page 7, I know I was going to say that's a different language, but it came out differently over there. I think it's the same with the presentation to the community too, so.
Can you go back to that slide?
Go back to that slide, so I was copying down what it should be.
You want me to go back? Okay.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, I wrote it down, but.
I didn't get them all
Page
down.
7.
Yeah.
There you go.
So what's that far right one?
Curriculum specialists, education division directors.
Department chairs, 5C coaches, lead teachers, ed tech coaches.
Top right.
Top right is education division directors.
And professional learning's in the center.
And then the center is professional learning.
Just made it special, I guess.
It's okay.
I think they were testing the board members to see if we're paying attention.
Yeah, see if we're paying attention, right?
Okay. And with that, any questions? Otherwise,
Questions?
okay. It's my pleasure to introduce Carlos Hernandez.
Well, I wanted to know what country that language came from.
It looks Greek, Greece.
That's on the wrong keys on the keyboard.
No. Oh, I don't know. I don't even know if it is one.
Just a sleight of hand to the right on the keyboard or to the left. That's all it is. Yeah. Oh, veered over.
The public printed copies are in English. It is accurate there. Good evening. Thank you again for our opportunity. Carlos Hernandez, Director of Curriculum and Instruction. And I am honored to talk about this local indicator. We define here, it says parent engagement, but Anaheim Union we define as family and community engagement. And so when we look at how we meet this standard, we're going to take a look at our families and our community partnerships. So there's two significant areas that we address that we're going to be measuring, and we've measured. One is seeking input from parents in the decision making. And the second is promoting parental participation in programs. And so those two areas we've used the following tools to take a look at, to measure, to monitor, and we do know that we have some successes, but we have some work to do. We have some areas of growth that we're gonna address and talk through. So the tools that we look through, and there are three areas that we're going to be looking through this lens in the next slide, and one of them is building relationships between the school staff and the families, and how important that is, starting with a welcoming environment. The second is building partnerships for student success, and that's partnerships with our families and with our communities, ultimately for our students' success. And seeking input is our third area that we monitor and we look through in those tools to be able to make decisions together collectively and as part of what we do here in Anaheim Union. And I know that we've talked about that, and I appreciate the public comments. It's very timely as we talk through family and community engagements. I want to thank our parents and our stakeholders for being here because we have two slides, but we would like to, and we are excited and with approval, present in August a deeper look at family and community engagement. What are some areas of growth and what are we doing about it? And so just a little preview, what I hope to be an August presentation. So one of the areas of growth is ensuring and collaborating on how we measure, right, the parental participation. And we're going to be taking a look at the numbers. You have the numbers in front of you, and we will take a look through that. Ultimately, the essential question that we look here is how do we know that the family and community engagement structures, tools, programs, events impact student success? How do we know? And so I love the testimony of, my student is successful because I got involved early and I have now a university daughter, from what Ms. Bermudez said. So that's the kind of how do we know that it's making an impact. So we're going to look through that lens. It is my honor to bring up our coordinator for family and community engagement to take a look at some examples in those three areas, the tools that we look at through the local indicator.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez. Good evening, board members, cabinet members, and I want to publicly wish Carlos a happy birthday. Happy birthday, Carlos.
And another one.
Yay. Thank you for having us here tonight. This is a very a topic that I'd love to talk about, family and community engagement. I'm very passionate about the work that we do here at Anaheim Union. And although today you will be looking at data for family and community engagement, there's nothing like hearing directly from parents on the impact that our work has. And there's a parent out there, sitting out there, Juanita Ramirez, who just came up to us, showed us a picture of her son who just graduated from Catella High School, who was struggling, months back, and said, if it wasn't for the work that you all are doing, if it wasn't for the partnerships, for the support that you brought to my home, I don't know if my son would have been able to graduate. And he came back from Access and graduated from Catella High School. So she said, this diploma belongs to all of us as a community. And that was just, such a great testament to the work that we're all doing. And so thank you again, Maritza, for your comments, and all of you parents for being here. So you'll see up in the slide, the three areas that we look into when measuring family and community engagement. We look at developing relationships between schools and families, and we have a full team of family and community engagement, starting with our family and community engagement specialists at every one of our sites. And I'm happy to say that next year, every single school will have a full-time family and community engagement specialist. And, you know, the role, yes, yay. The role of our FACES is to do exactly that, to develop relationships with our families. And so it's so important to develop that trust between our families and our schools. And they do such an amazing job of doing that. You know, parents feel welcome coming to the schools. They feel comfortable speaking to our staff, asking questions, and participating. And we truly view parents as partners. And I heard Mrs. Bermudez say that. And we truly believe that parents are our best partners in the education of our children. So we do a very good job of, you know, reaching out to our families. And yes, there's work to do. We're working on it. We're growing together. We look at building partnerships, all for student outcomes. You know, I just spoke about the student graduating from Catella. At the end of the day, we're all here for a common goal, and that is, you know, student success. So we do the virtual parent learning walks. This year was a very challenging year. And so although we didn't do our regular activities in person, our work didn't stop. It never stopped. I actually can't think of a time where our FACES worked so hard, you know, that this past year, I mean, they were there meeting the needs of our families. And so we quickly pivoted to develop a virtual version of our parent learning walks, which, you know, continued to take place during the pandemic. We also did the virtual Parent Leadership Academy. We continued to offer workshops for our families in a variety of topics. The coffee chats continued, you know, all these virtual activities never stopped, as well as developing more community partnerships. You see in the data here all the activities that we did. I want to highlight the food distributions and along with the care packages, because if you look at food distributions, we served over 140,000 families during the pandemic. You know, and again, you know, when I hear parents coming to us and saying, you know, if it hadn't been for those food distributions and those care packages, I don't know where my family would be right now, because you've really helped us stay afloat during these times. And so, you know, you see numbers here, but they really don't reflect the work that our family community engagement team did this past year, because we focused on things like providing cash assistance. We spent, you know, countless hours helping our families fill out applications so that they could get cash assistance through different organizations like OCAPICA and Latino Health Access in the city of Anaheim. We helped with rental assistance. We helped with the COVID vaccination, the COVID testing that was held on our campuses. I can't tell you how many weekends we've worked this last year, and I know, Mr. Jabbar, you've been a part of these vaccine clinics, and so our team has been there, you know, working at 6 a.m. on Saturdays and Sundays, making sure that our families are getting the resources that they need. So it's just been a, you know, very challenging year, but, you know, everybody stepped up to the plate, and they were very responsive to the needs of our community. And then lastly, seeking input for decision making. Again, that didn't stop this year. You know, you see a picture there of one of our DLAC meetings. We continued all our advisory committees virtually. We had a lot of parents participating in our LCAP process. Mr. Colon did a really good job of facilitating an orientation for our families so that they could have more information before we started our LCAP stakeholder meetings. The superintendent parent advisory committees, you know, continued. Mr. Matsuda met with parents fall semester and spring semester. The school site councils all continued. We had parents sit on the opening schools task force, so they provided input to our team. And our mental health parent ambassadors was started so that parents can bring their input and tell us, you know, what we need. How can we better support our students and our families in the area of mental health? So Dr. Adela Cruz has been leading that task force, meeting with parents on, you know, how they can become leaders in the area of mental health so that they can become resources for other families. So again, you know, while you see numbers here, there's a lot more that we're doing for our families, and we do it with, you know, open hearts. And you know, our FACES love the jobs that they do. I love the job that I do, and we love serving our community. So thank you. I'll open it up for any questions you may have. Yes?
In the listing that you have here, we get these reports from our superintendent on the Friday report. And now referring to the comments that we had earlier, my question is, with all of the activities that are given and go on. Is it that maybe some people just are not available to attend these gatherings, an opportunity? So that's my question, because this seems always, as I have felt, we have tremendous offerings for community school engagements, but is the impact not occurring from what we're getting from the community because they aren't available at the times? Question.
Do you want? I was gonna say, yes, so we offer ample opportunities for families to participate. There's constant communication through our ARIES communication system, personal phone calls with our faces, emails, social media. So, we post things out there. I think it's a variety of things. I think it was a very hard year for our families, and maybe their priority was not to attend, a community or a school event. Rather, they're just trying to keep their families safe, and that might have been a priority this year, and that's why numbers are lower. And that's why I'm saying I think it's not a year to focus. To me, it's not a year to focus on numbers, but really the impact in a bigger picture, that we had on our community with all the resources that we provided.
Well, the feeling I got from the comments that were given, that it's not just this year because of COVID. It's been an ongoing situation. I see nodding of a head. And so those are my concern, because it has a longer time.
I'm just waiting.
Yep. Okay.
Do you have a question?
Yeah, I had a couple of things, right? So just on this parent engagement part, I know Carlos and Araceli and Mike, we've had extensive conversations about how to improve and how to engage our parents. It's true that, we have multiple opportunities, but we also need to reach to some parents who might be really active but not in this component. So bringing them to the table, right? Making sure that they get that opportunity to be a part of the process. I personally believe, and I've actually met with parents who are part of other districts and even other board members. We've actually had conversations. And I don't think there is any other district around us, or even in California, because I could say that in California because we've been, recognized for having a good parent engagement team, right? Or system. And I personally believe that we do have the best parent engagement team in all of Southern California, if not California. But that also means that we also keep track of input that we get from parents when they come in and talk about saying, hey, I was not available to. That's why I texted you to ask about the budget in the Parent Leadership Academy, right? I think Anna mentioned about transparency and understanding the LCAP. Trust me, as a board member, I've asked that every year because the system sometimes changes year to year, that we as board members have a hard time keeping up with how to understand the LCAP process, right? So, but what I've asked Manuel this probably every presentation that you made, Manuel, in terms of how do we make the presentation much more easier for our parents to understand, right? That's why I texted you and asked you, in terms of our Parent Leadership Academy, we do have a component which talks about budget, right? But I know that request is to make it more rigorous enough so that we have the opportunity to train parent leaders who would understand our budget process from A to Z in a very, very easy way so that they could be the messenger to the rest of the parents to talk about the good work that we're doing, right? Anaheim Intersections did a great job in meeting us board members in terms of presenting what they want seen from our district, right? They basically had like 8 components of questions for each of their policy areas that they were presenting. When I looked at it, and I don't know if you guys remember, I mentioned that without a doubt, I'll tell you that we're doing every single component of this is met by Anaheim Union High School District. And I'm going to ask those questions during the LCAP so you understand where it is in the LCAP process. But for those parents, they didn't see that in our district. They didn't see that part in our presentation, right? So it's our job, our responsibility to do that reach out and make sure that make it very easy for parents to understand and go to Anaheim intersections. When I was invited and I said that, you know what, to get a greater understanding of this process, I asked Manuel to join me at the Anaheim intersection meeting so that he could present what the questions that they had so that he could answer those questions, right? So we have to, as a district, go to the places that the parents and organizations are at and be the ambassador to talk about. And that's where faces become very, very important in this question. And that's why we had that discussion not too long ago, you, me, and Mike, is that we need to be rigorous in terms of giving the necessary tool to our faces so that they could go to an Anaheim intersection meeting and talk about this in a very, very easy way that parents could understand. So I hope that we take that and go, because that's how we become and stay the best in California, but asking for this input and refining and making sure that there's no blind spots on our end, right? So I personally believe that you guys will do that, and I know that Araceli, you have a passion for it. So my request is that. Let's just refine and make sure that we're going that route.
Duly noted.
Thank you.
And I know this is, in terms of this local indicator has been met, and we're excited to talk about this in August in depth about some adjustments. Our parent leaders across the sites were part of some work around the envisioning what family community engagement should look like from here to there. And part of that is ultimately that question, the essential question is around student success. How do we know that all this is working, and how are the local needs of the communities met? And that's the local challenge. So again, excited and thank you for your time. I'm going to transition now to our school climate presentation, and that is our Dr. Shauna Egan's, our Director of Student Support Services.
Hi, good evening. I'm excited.
See you
Thank
back.
you. Thank you. I'm happy to see you. Board of Trustees, Cabinet, the community. I'm very glad to be here and I get to present. So I'm doing school climate. Which button? Okay, there we go. Perfect. State priority 6. So school climate, including school safety and school connectedness. And this particular challenge to meet during a pandemic, I'm especially proud of our district. When it comes to the priority 6, we're looking at the climate survey, which we give every other year as a valid measure of perceptions. The tools we looked at for this indicator is the California Healthy Kids Survey, which is given every other year, and the LCAP Student Survey, which we were able to give this year. So I'm going to show you our findings. And the one thing that I'm really proud of is that when it comes to school connectedness and school safety, it's the same concept that communication decreases chaos. And when you have to completely pivot into a new way of delivering school to everyone, it's that communication that really connects the families and our students to what we're trying to do, especially when everyone has multiple layers of things going on with them. So I'm especially proud that from our school climate survey, again, the check survey, which is given to the 7th, 9th, and 11th graders, and the LCAP student survey, under our findings, that's the first thing I'll look at. So 73% of students know where to get social, emotional, and mental health support. And that's huge because we, as you know, spend every year trying to continue to address the needs of our students and their social emotional learning, their mental health, and to have 73% of the students report that they know where to get help is a great task that we accomplished. When you look at 85% of students shared that they understood what they needed to do to be successful. So go back to communication decreases chaos. You're talking complete virtual learning. devices, internet, and the internet challenges weren't just ours. It was ours based on what the city had to offer as far as even just offerings of internet, that 85% of the students shared they understood what they needed to do to be successful. And with our wonderful graduations that I was able to see, I know that we did a great job there. Now, 73% of students shared that even during distance learning, they had an adult they could approach if needed. And that's what saves lives in our district, is that when we hit a wall, our students know where they can get help and how to get help. So those are great findings based off our survey from this past school year. And I also wanted to talk to just the efforts that we've done as a district. And we've done so many. There's some listed on the slide. I'm also going to share a few that weren't able to fit. However, when you look at like our student ambassador leads and our students being empowered to connect with their peers and be able to be trained by our Orange County Human Relations and holding circles and having difficult conversations in a time that can be anything from racially charged to politically charged, that we've taken the time to take those student leaders and train them. And we started with our group at Cypress, and we're looking to expand that across the district. The civic engagement, our district stands for civic engagement. I love the data that was shared by Jackie Counts on where we're at as a district. You think about our California state democracy schools. The first best instruction, you get back to the 5 C's, knowing the kids by name and need. I'm excited that, as we come back, we're going to continue to do our Capturing Kids' Hearts. You can see that sort of care and compassion from our teachers as they're dealing with students, trying to engage them virtually. Capturing Kids' Hearts has been an amazing asset to this district. The PBIS and the MTSS, the positive behavior implementation or intervention and supports, and the multi-tier systems of supports that we always refer to, MTSS and PBIS. Those are going to continue. A huge thing that happened this past semester, the implicit bias trainings that were facilitated by OC Human Relations for all of our administrators as models and having an awareness. And then for our school site teams, that are, again, this is a great time to bring an awareness, and it's going to help both our teachers, our students, our families, and all of us, have an awareness and really implement that C we so much care about, character and compassion, as part of our 5 C's. When we look at what we've done with our social workers, and I'm just very grateful to have a district where they understand their importance and been able to expand in numbers, which expands the support for our students. So in addition to what you see on the slide, I don't want to leave out our restorative practices and the trainings and professional development that have happened, the fact that as a district, we have restorative justice specialists on 4 of our junior high sites that are implementing and training our teachers and setting systems so that when we deal with discipline, we deal with it in a different way, where we're looking at the why behind the discipline. And because we've had an investment in those types of trainings, we've done very well with our discipline, as you see on the data sheet that you received. Our discipline task force, that we've come together to have those talks about our own practices as a district between the admin, the district, the teachers, our board members, and really be able to look at what our system is so that it's equitable across the board. Amazing things that we've done. And just as a whole team, I want to acknowledge that when you look at school climate and you see all the presentations, it really has taken a village. It has taken a village, but we've worked together, and I'm exceptionally proud that we've also met the school climate indicator. Thank you. With that, I'd like to bring back my colleague, Carlos Hernandez.
Quick question.
Yes.
is the California Healthy Kids Survey different from the LCAP student survey?
Yes, yes. The LCAP survey is our own internal survey. I want to make sure I'm speaking correctly to that.
Over 15,000 students completed the survey this year independent.
Or LCAP? What about the Healthy Kids survey?
The Healthy Kids survey, we do systemically through the state every other year. So we have that
The only
data.
reason that I ask is there were two discrepant numbers, right? You got 73% of students know where to get social, emotional, and mental health support based on this right here. And then on the LCAP survey, it says 63%. So I'm just trying to reconcile both of them to see how.
Right. They typically, when they looked at the data, pull the questions and the responses that address that indicator, and then come up with the number that represents both responses.
That still didn't answer my question.
No, it was given last year. That data was given last year.
It's current to this year. The health of the kids survey was last year.
Was last year's data.
That makes sense.
Yes.
Okay.
It's given every other year, so this was our off year.
Okay.
Perfect. Dr. Eason, before you go, may I address? I just wanted to, face-to-face, while you're here, thank you so much. Without you in preparing the graduation and having that system in place, even though you weren't present with us, I just want to tell you, so grateful to you. Graduations were phenomenal.
Thank you.
And I know you were there in spirit, but without you at the helm, in creating the whole, we call it the wedding.
Oh, yes, yes.
Without that system in place, I don't think we could have done such a wonderful job. And thank your team.
Yes, yes, they did a great job.
But you're just tremendous, and we're so lucky to have you. I'm glad to see you back.
Oh, thank you very much. And I am greatly appreciative to my team with Saldana and Valdez, and a system is sustainable, especially with the right people that are in place. So thank you so much.
Absolutely.
All right, and this is the last piece of the local indicators, which is on course access. And as you see on the two slides remaining here, the standard that we're talking about in terms of course access is really we're talking about equity. And when we talk about equity, we're talking about systems approach to ensuring that our students get this experience. We in Anaheim Union High School District believe in equity, and we show it by these systems that we have in place. There are systems that are in place that are monitoring the effectiveness of our access to courses, and there are some things that we're still a work in progress. So again, as you see, we are looking at annually measuring the equity in course access by tracking the data. You have the data, some data in front of you to look at that. Those are the data pieces that we have worked on in terms of tools, longitudinal data. We're not looking at 1 year. We're looking at how does it look and how are we growing and how are we progressing or not. And so we're going to be looking at A through G data. We're going to be looking at dual enrollment data. We're going to look at graduation rates, CTE pathway completion. How are our students in English learners or students with disabilities ensuring the same access in those courses, those programs, those pathways. And so those are the tools that we look at when we define course access and whether we've met it or not. The areas of strength, as you look at your data, you will see the A through G completion rate continues to increase, right? And that means that our students are ready for that next step. We're looking at college entrance and college readiness through the A through G completion rate. So in 3 years, we have increased of more than 8%, right? And that continues to grow. And that is across, and you'll see additional details in the following presentation around A through G rates. CTE pathways. We are very proud of our CTE pathways, amazing pathways that we have in place, and that continues to grow. And the number of students not only that are in the pathway, but that complete it. We do have some work to do in that area. World languages, again, 8 languages that we offer, and courses for the heritage language speakers that we offer here. That, of course, is an area of strength. We embrace the strengths that our community bring with them. Our VAPA programs, we're talking a lot about 6 6-year plans, and that is alive and thriving around the VAPA programs in the junior high, aligned to what is being offered at the high school. And then our broad set of dual enrollment courses. And I know, very exciting. We're looking at the data. We're seeing where we are with our dual enrollment numbers, but those continue to grow thanks to the partnership of our community college, local community colleges, Cypress College and Fullerton College, right? The areas of growth is we continue, and we have systems thinking. We've, with the direction of a few years ago, that Manuel Colon with the English Task Force and our Students with Disabilities Task Force, those components have been critical within the trenches at the sites, bringing the counselor, the teachers, the case carriers, the administrators together to really look at, in fine detail, where are the gaps for our students that are furthest away from opportunity, our English learners and our students with a disability. There is progress, there is significant systems development, and we're going to continue to monitor that the students are placed where they should be, especially the English learners and students with a disability, to ensure that they get course access. Of course, we're talking about course access not only at the front end, but the completion of programs, pathways, to ensure they're ready for whatever that next post-secondary plan is. The second piece is monitoring the progress, and I mentioned both of them simultaneously. So progressing through not only the front end, right? We're not getting into a ninth grade pathway, CTE pathway as an example. We're going to complete it, and so there's work to be done still there. Our numbers are growing, but there are still work to be done to progress towards the completion of the pathway and the program. I really want to emphasize what our next steps are, because again, as we continue to link our work to a systems thinking's approach, we are working vigorously around career preparedness systems framework. All right? That framework is how we're going to ensure that our students voice their purpose, their interests, our 21st century skills that has been mentioned across the presentations, and our technical skills are the experience, the experience that every student has across the sites and across the classrooms. And with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Jaron.
A quick question,
Yes,
Jaron.
sorry.
I know that a few years back we did, maybe Jaron, regarding the A through G completion, I know we went ahead and did like an audit to see how many students completed A through G and what were the deficiencies and how we can come up with a strategy. I see that, obviously we've improved our numbers, 8% to 52, but are we tracking that still and making sure that we have a system in place to capture those?
Yes, so we work closely with Hanover, as you know, and they each year prepare a pivot table where we can analyze by school site the students who have completed and the students who have not. And where the students who have not completed their A through G requirements, we can pinpoint whether it was a VAPA course that they needed or if it's because they needed a world language course. So that's helping us inform our practice. Also, as you know, with the EL task force, they do, and our counselors, I know working with Carlos and Amanda, and last year was MJ Jerkin, this upcoming year it's with Karina Bradford, they do audits of transcripts. And when they look at the transcripts, they also analyze where students may be falling short with A through G completion. So all those things take place, and then through that learning, we make adjustments and make sure to get kids in the right courses, as well as working with the grading. Remember, grading has been a long-standing challenge that all districts are working through, and we're not unique to that as well. So we are working with our teachers and our staff on grading. I think the one silver lining, again, with this pandemic is that compassion. I think we have far more teachers now that have seen firsthand the experiences our students endure day to day, even without a pandemic. And I think that's going to make those conversations a little bit easier even in the fall when we revisit grading again and how we assess our students and what is it that we're looking to do. And I know with the Career Preparedness Systems Framework, we're also looking at those key performance indicators, which some may be traditional, but some are not traditional. And how do we factor that into the way that we assess and grade our kids?
Well, that's right. The key was for me to kind of figure out, are we capturing it early enough so that we could get the students placed in the right courses, right? I think Mert, Araceli mentioned Juanita is here, and Adan was a perfect example of, I've seen him grow since he was a kid, trying to speak to community, but he's doing a great job in coming in and advocating on behalf of students. But when I used to speak with Juanita, that was one of the questions that she would bring up is the deficiency part, right? How we're supporting. So I'm glad that we're working on it and making sure that we implement that for our
Yes,
care.
and the other big piece is a reminder with the great work that we've been doing with our counselors, and this is also a big kudos to our counselors, is the 6-year plan. As they're working with students, they should be having that analysis early on where they can make sure that kids are being placed in the right classes. So there's a number of systems, the grade level counseling, all those things are going to make an impact in making sure kids who, we're working towards that A through G completion, that we can continue to improve those efforts.
I was going to ask that, what year are we with the grade level counseling?
Third year? Third. Joe Neal, this is our third year, finishing up our third year.
Third year,
He's
okay.
keeping track.
That's right.
You get a cookie.
All right, so with that, I do want to first just again give my heartfelt appreciation, gratitude, love to our Ed Division, our Ed staff family for their leadership in helping to build capacity and support our sites. And of course, I'd be remiss if I didn't also share that same love for our sites, teachers, admin, counselors, classified staff, who are making this stuff real. Right? They're the ones in the trenches working with our students and our families to help make the outcomes that we just shared real. You know, as you know, with the local indicators, and this is a key piece to understand, it's not about meeting a target. It's about a reflection. And as a district who thrives on reflection, it's about us as a district taking time to reflect, what are we good at as it connects to these indicators, and what can we do to be better? And that's what we've gone through that process, which is what we have met, right? But we do take it seriously. And the comments that our parents shared earlier, our own internal reflections are helping to drive making those changes for the better, right? Whether it's a systemic piece or it's a professional learning piece, those are all things that we do take seriously. So when we say we've met it, we've gone through that reflective process to analyze where we're good and where we can be better. So know better, do better, right? So with that, I want to thank you for your attention this evening on this piece. And I think this was a beautiful segue for our next presentation, which will be led by Mr. Manuel Colon, our Chief Academic Officer, and again, other members of our Ed staff family in terms of the LCAP process that we went through and what resulted from that experience. So any other questions for me before I shift it over?
Just a comment, just really quick. I'm just so glad you said that, because we don't want to go back to where we were in education, where we were looking at that one indicator, that one test score. It was easy to understand, but it wasn't really measuring where we were as a district. And I just wanted to thank everyone for their diligence, their hard work. I know you've been working so hard, and I know this is a snapshot, and I know you're already working on the next 3 years out. But thank you so much, everyone.
Looking forward to your August presentation.
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, very good.
Yes.
And then, moving on from 9.1, we will go to our local control and accountability plan. That's the LCAP and our annual update. Manuel Colon will be presenting this for us.
Great. Well, thank you so much, Board of Trustees, President Piercy, board members, and cabinet. This is exciting. This is always an exciting time where we celebrate the work that we have done collectively in our district. We celebrate the work that we have done in terms of our process, and we celebrate our accomplishments and reflect on those areas that we need to obviously improve upon as we move forward. The focus is really on ensuring that our students have the best education possible and get the best out of us as part of this process. So we're super excited. This year was unprecedented, as everybody knows. This year was something that none of us really anticipated. The beauty, though, was that we were able to take the things that we do well and shift them to a virtual setting, and equally continue to do the great work that we've been doing in our district. So I do want to acknowledge that that we have shifted and continued, and not, we know that there was hiccups, but really not missed a beat in terms of what we had been accomplishing. I do want to start, before I get into the presentation, I want to acknowledge the work that Mr. Joe Carmona has done, the Director of Special Programs. He leads the process. He's the one that makes sure that all the T's are crossed and all the I's are dotted, and he's the one that ensures that as these templates keep changing on us, that he is on top of making sure that we have everything done. And I want to also congratulate him because as we submitted our draft of the LCAP, the Orange County Department of Education congratulated us on one of the best in the county as we submitted it for review for them for feedback. I also want to thank our entire Ed division. We have an amazing team, as you know, and they facilitate the small groups. They all make sure that everybody is engaged. The planning that goes into it requires a lot of time and effort, and so I want to acknowledge the entire Ed division, from our support staff to our directors and everybody. I want to acknowledge our association presidents. Without our association presidents, this process cannot happen. They are extremely engaged and involved in each aspect of the process, both in terms of providing feedback, participating, and engaging their members. So that's critical. So I want to acknowledge them. And also our stakeholders who are part. This is why we do what we do. When this was enacted back in 2013, 2014, the whole plan was really to make sure that our stakeholders were involved, engaged, and provided input that went into our LCAP. So again, I want to acknowledge and thank all of our stakeholders who were part of that. We started this process, if you remember, back in October when the state asked us to create a learning continuity and attendance plan. I think everybody remembers that. We didn't do an LCAP last year because of the pandemic. We were in the process and we stopped right as we were getting into the middle of the stakeholder engagement process. And so we never completed the LCAP last year. At the beginning of the year, as we were transitioning and as we were moving into virtual learning and everything that was going on, the state was shifting and was trying to figure out what is it that we're going to have the districts do in lieu of the LCAP. So in came the learning continuity and attendance plan, which we got, and if you remember, was a very short time frame for us to implement, to review the process, to get stakeholder input, and then to present a plan for you. So all of that really prepared us for today, because I think that the history that we have in our district in doing the LCAP really allowed us to immediately go into that process, immediately bring in our stakeholders, go through the process and create a plan that really was very effective at that time. So this was really the beginning of that process. So with that, as with every time we engage our stakeholders and as we start the process for the LCAP, we want to start with the foundation, the vision. Why are we here, and what is it that we're trying to do in terms of our stakeholders and our students? And so we always start with our vision and our focus. And as you know, the 5 C's is what we do, right? It is at the core of what we do in terms of our instruction, in terms of our curriculum, in terms of our classrooms, and in terms of what we expect from our students. Collaboration, communication, critical thinking, creativity, character, and compassion is at the heart of the skills that we want all of our students to have as they graduate and move on to life, right? We also want to ensure that our students have multiple opportunities. We want to make sure that as they go through our system, 7 through 12, that they are acquiring these skills, but as they move on, that they have multiple ways to get to their goal. And through our district and the programs that we have, we know that they have multiple opportunities. And so part of our goal is to ensure that we are providing every possible way that our students can grow personally, professionally, education-wise, to ensure that they have a bright future. And so this illustration really allows for us to see that we are providing all these opportunities. The LCAP is a reflection of these opportunities. This is something that really came to fruition this year. A lot of the work that we've done, and I think you've mentioned that we've been recognized by not only the state, but multiple different groups for the work that we have been doing in multiple areas. I think the Career Preparedness Systems Framework really is an illustration. It is a plan that really has put everything together in a very great package. It really allows us to see the civic engagement component, the 5C component, the dual enrollment component, all of the partnerships that we have, all of the opportunities that we've been able to provide for our students. All of them are encompassed inside the Career Preparedness Systems framework. And so as we looked towards our work with the LCAP, we wanted to make sure that our stakeholders had this vision at the forefront as a lens to ensure that we were providing these opportunities for all of our students. So I wanted to just briefly review for our stakeholders and obviously everybody in the room, what is the LCAP? How did this begin? Because I think it's important to understand historically why this process is so important. Local control funding formula was a historical reform educational fund. It was a reform of educational funding. Funding had been the same for 40 years until Governor Brown in 2013, 2014 really changed that system. He believed that that control should go to the local agency. We know the community best, we understand the needs of our community best, and we're able to provide the feedback that we need in terms of how funding should be spent in terms of the needs of the local community. There we go. It's a little slow from here. But really, that really is in terms of the just. He wanted to make sure that the local control was truly local and that we understand that there's, within our community, there's special groups, special students that have struggled the most, that have the largest need. And he wanted to ensure that the money went to those specific populations that struggled the most. That was the key in terms of why this legislation was enacted. So the way the funding is broken down, and you'll hear a presentation of the budget coming up, which will give you all the details of the budget, but just in terms of an illustration, the budget is divided in this way. We get per student based funding. In addition to that, we get funding based on the grade levels that we serve, and then in addition to that, we get funding based on student population. And so for us, as low income English learners, and foster youth. And so when we talk about LCAP, we really focus on that bottom right-hand corner when we're talking about our demographics, our low-income English learners and foster youth. So going back to a question that Mr. Jabbar asked in a previous conversation, we really focus not only on the funding that we receive from the state, but we also focus on other funding sources that we have. The beauty of our LCAP process is that we take all of the funding that we receive from the state, from the federal, and we ensure that we are focused and listening to the priorities of our stakeholders, and based on those priorities, we then look to see what funding source can we best use to provide that support and that service. And so when we go through that process with our stakeholders, it is part of this, which is the supplemental and concentration, but it's also our Title I funding and other funding sources, grant funding that we receive that allows us to pay for these services. The state requires us that as we're planning and preparing our LCAP, that we focus on 8 state priorities. That is the only requirement that they ask us. So through our process, we use these in our focus groups to ensure that that's the lens that each of our focus groups uses. But in terms of the 8 state priorities, they're really organized in 3 areas: conditions for learning, pupil outcomes, and engagement. And so based on that, if you look through the descriptors, you will see that it really illustrates specifically how the state wants us to focus and in what areas and why these are important. So these are things that we discuss as we go through the LCAP process. So the LCAP now, the Local Control and Accountability Plan, is going to go through these. It's kind of the remote control on television sometimes, huh? When you're trying to get that. All right, let me see if I can get through all of them, and then I don't know if it needs batteries. There we go. So the local control accountability plan was really a way for us to hold ourselves accountable. It's the way that the state holds us accountable, the county holds us accountable to ensure that we are spending our funding appropriately. It is a 3-year plan, and every year we adjusted, we adapted based on the current needs of our student population. We look at data, we analyze that data, and we make decisions based on that data. The process really is for us to tell a story of the needs and to ensure that we're meeting those needs through the process and through the actions of the LCAP. A big requirement of the LCAP is that we have stakeholder engagement. And you mentioned that we have been recognized by the state. We are one of 8 districts that was recognized because of our stakeholder engagement and our involvement of our community. In terms of the participation for this year, we didn't know what to expect because it was virtual, and we knew that from the learning continuity and attendance plan process that our community did come out to participate. The same thing, we invited about 473 stakeholders, many of which had participated in the past. We opened it up for anybody who wanted to participate to join. And then our different association presidents also invited members to participate. On average, we had about 250 per night who came to our stakeholder engagement meetings. And so we believe that based on that participation, we had good attendance considering the circumstances.
Were those held on each campus?
No, they were held virtually.
Oh, thank you. You're right.
Yeah.
I'm virtually.
So this is the process. We always start in January and we go through April. We then complete the draft of the LCAP that gets submitted for review with the Orange County Department of Education. But I wanted to highlight January 26th. On January 26th, and I want to thank Trustee Randall Trejo, this was a suggestion that I think you made maybe 3 years ago when you asked, can we have a workshop for parents to understand the process, to understand what the LCAP is, why we do what we do. And so we've been doing this now for 2 years. We bring together the parents on the 26th where we unpack the LCAP. We have a handbook that we've created that really talks about the process, talks about the budgeting, talks about the data, talks about understanding the process and what's going to be expected. We ask them to ask questions. It's open-ended. And again, it's really meant to help to lower the anxiety, but also to inform, so when they are part of the process, they are informed and engaged in terms of the process. So that meeting has been very instrumental. I think all of our parents that have been, who have gone through that training or have gone through that workshop have expressed how excited they are about the process, but also saying, you know what, I finally understand. I finally understand what LCAP is. I finally understand how the budget is broken down. And I was able to ask the questions in a very intimate way to be able to understand what we're going to be working on. And so that really springboards into the process that starts on February the 17th. So in terms of this year, we always start with the overview. We want to make sure that whether you've been part of the process once or whether you've been part of the process many times, that everybody starts on the same page, that everybody understands with why are we here, and then what is the vision? What are the lenses that we're going to be seeing this through? You know, the first lens is our vision, the next lens is our student needs and our data, and then the next lens is what else are we missing that we want to include and provide input for so we can implement. That's really part of why we do that first process. We then break out into focus groups. You know, with 250 people or 300, it's hard to have a conversation. So we break down into smaller groups, into focus groups that are facilitated by our ed staff to really look at the need gap analysis. Where are our gaps? Where do we need to improve? What are we currently doing? And what should we continue to do, stop doing, or need to do because we're not doing to support our students based on that data? We then start to develop priorities, which become the input for our LCAP, and again, input in terms of what is created in terms of our actions. From there, we develop a draft. We create consensus to make sure that all of our stakeholders are in agreement. And then we review the draft to make sure that everything that we stated as priorities are now included into the LCAP. We allow for questions, clarifications, to ensure that all stakeholder voice is included. I want to acknowledge our steering committee. Our steering committee works alongside our stakeholder engagement process. The steering committee is a representative group of all of our stakeholders. It includes all of our association presidents. It includes parent representatives from the different parent organizations that we have. It also includes student representatives, and it includes our Ed Division facilitators of the process. We review the process, we review what's working, what's not working, we review the scripts that go to that, we review anything that we believe is important in terms of sharing. But going back to the transparency piece, that's where we review a lot of the things that we need to share, but also process in terms of ensuring that we get the best input. In terms of the timeline, again, it's a year. It feels like we start LCAP season in January and we go through June, obviously. But LCAP really is a year-long process. We finish the LCAP now and we present to you for adoption. But really then that kicks into the Single Plan for Student Achievement, or the SPSAs, that the schools have to write. They take the LCAP that was created by the stakeholders, and then they now have to align it to their school site needs. And then they create a school site plan that then gets implemented throughout the year. So it's a year process that goes into creating the LCAP. Our LCAP goals, our LCAP is divided into 3 goals. We have been very intentional about the goals. Our stakeholders have been very critical in a good way in terms of what should be our goals. Every year we review our goals and we make adjustments. It might be one word that we change. It might be a phrase. It might be the whole goal. But we have been very intentional about these 3 goals, and they've been pretty consistent now for the last few years. So the first goal is all students will demonstrate college, career, life readiness, and success through the implementation of the 5 C's. The second goal is provide meaningful educational engagement opportunities for all parents and families to advocate for all students. Goal 3 is provide and nurture a safe, reflective, responsive, and positive school culture. So all of our actions are embedded into one of these 3 goals. So I wanted to highlight just a few of the actions that are in our LCAP. If you remember back in the day, we used to have LCAPs that were, about 120 pages, and the state keeps trying to reduce and reduce. I think our LCAP this year is around 50 pages, which is really nice. But again, we always have had a planning tool which really condenses it even more to 20 pages. So we've been very good about it, about making it readable, accessible to all of our stakeholders. But these are the highlights of Goal 1. I want to kind of focus on a couple of items in this goal. The first one is class size reduction. We know that was one of our priorities this year. It was something that was discussed almost in every group. It was something that was brought up as a priority. And when each group brought their priorities to the entire group, this was something that was pretty prominent in each of the groups. So class size reduction was critical. So, again, as was stated earlier, this is something that we have implemented, and we've reduced class sizes both at the junior high and the senior high. The second area that I want to highlight is technology support, replacement, and growth. We have seen, obviously, the need based on the current reality of virtual learning, and have seen that we need to ensure that our schools and our students have the necessary technology to be successful. So we have created and made that a priority in our LCAP and increased funding for that. And then finally, the last bullet, assessing and monitoring student progress. As was stated before, we have seen tremendous growth, and you'll see in a minute, tremendous growth in the areas of supporting our English learners, our students with disability, and foster youth. And it's because the systems that we put in place in terms of monitoring, and that takes funding. It takes funding to release teachers. It takes funding to ensure that we are providing a system. And so, again, this is something that we now have embedded into our LCAP. In Goal 2, our provide meaningful educational engagement opportunities for all parents and families to advocate for all students. I think that we all can agree that our family and community engagement specialists have been instrumental and pivotal for that engagement. We have expanded services and added faces to schools that had a part-time phase will now have full-time phases, which we're super excited about. In addition, we have increased the number of community liaisons who have been added support at some of our larger sites. And again, all of these services that we provided in the past without the pandemic, we continued through the pandemic and just moved them to a virtual setting, and had seen actually pretty good attendance at things like Coffee with the Principal. We've implemented and created a whole learning walks virtually. Again, all of these things were created as part of the process. I want to also take a moment to acknowledge our faces and the work they've done to make that shift. Acknowledge the work that Araceli Chavez and Carlos Hernandez has done, and really making sure that we have shifted all of the resources that we were doing in person to virtual to ensure that we didn't miss a beat. In Goal 3, I want to highlight the expansion of mental health services. This again was another top priority of our stakeholders. And embedded in here, we've increased the number of counselors, psychologists, and social workers across our district. This was loud and clear, and it actually has been something that has been a priority for pretty much since we've been doing the LCAP. We've increased mental health services because it continues to be a priority for our stakeholders. Again, we heard that loud and clear this year, and we've increased all those services in these areas. I want to stop and celebrate the impact that this work has done for our students. And you'll hear in a minute specific work that has been done, but I do want to highlight the results. A lot of times it's good to do these things, but we don't see the results, then why are we doing them? And it's nice to see that the hard work of all of our stakeholders is showing positive results. So what you see in the first slide is the graduation rate. We talk about all of our students, and obviously we've seen an increase in the last 3 years district-wide of 6.8% in our graduation rate. But we've also seen an increase in our special population, our English learners, our students with disability, foster youth, and our McKinney-Vento, our homeless population. We have seen a larger growth in these areas, but we have seen steady growth. And if you remember, maybe 5 years ago, whenever we showed these numbers over time, they were flat. And you can pretty much go to any district around the state, and you will see that the numbers for English learner students with disability over time have been flat. There isn't any growth. What we are seeing now is we're seeing steady growth. And so the question becomes is why? You'll hear in a minute from our team what specifically we're doing to impact these populations. When it comes to our college and career indicator, which takes a lot of the efforts that we're doing, this includes our dual enrollment, it includes our CTE pathways, it includes our AP participation, etc. We also are seeing tremendous growth, both at the district-wide level and then within each of these populations. Earlier, we talked about making sure that these populations had access to a broad curriculum. When you look at our LCAP recommendations for our English learners, our students with disability, and our foster youth, we're very intentional about saying that our students with disability need to be in CTE pathways. We're very intentional about saying that our English learners need to be in world languages. And so we're seeing that intentionality is showing not only that our kids are having more access, but they're completing these indicators that are showing success. Our A through G rate. This is probably what we're most excited about. You know, as you know, the A through G is what the University of California and the California State University system require for admissions. And so it always has been kind of our benchmark for our district to ensure not only that our students have access to these classes, but that they're being successful. And again, by them being successful gives them most opportunities for their future. And so we see that in the last 3 years, we have had tremendous growth. District-wide, a growth of 8.4% to 52.8%. But we have seen a growth for our English learners, our students with disability, foster youth, and our homeless population. Now, you might say, okay, well, these are great numbers, but what do they truly mean? The next graphic is probably the most exciting graphic that we have, but really it best illustrates the growth that we have made in Anaheim Union. Okay, and I shared with you that in the past, these metrics were flat. In the past, with other districts, it's also been flat. But this is what has happened in Anaheim Union. Anticipation. There it is. Okay, and you can't see the numbers, and I understand that they're pretty small, but you can see color, right? On the left-hand side is 2015. Okay, this is what, again, this represents our A through G rate. On the left-hand column, you see that these are Anaheim Union is at the top, and then you see listed below that different districts that are in Orange County. And every time we have data, we always compare ourselves, obviously, to ourselves, but we also compare ourselves to comparable districts that look like us, and then just count districts around the county. So we do this pretty regularly. So back in 2015, we looked at all of the districts, and we compared ourselves in A through G rate overall, how we compared with our English learners, students with disability, our students, low-income students, our homeless students, and then our foster youth. If you see the yellow represents that we either were equal to or higher than those districts. In 2015, you see that we were not very comparable to other districts. We were either below or maybe equal to, and very few of them we were above. This was in 2015. Skip over to the right-hand column, or the right-hand graphic, and you see the yellow. You see that most of that graphic is filled in yellow. It's highlighted. That means that we are equal to or higher than all of those districts and all of those metrics. That means that we are equal to or higher than Huntington Beach Union High School District, equal to or higher than Orange Unified, equal to or higher than Placentia or Belinda in every single one of the metrics when it comes to our A through G rate. Again, it is something to celebrate, for our district. And again, this is a testament to the work that we have done collectively, district-wide. A lot has to do with our partnership with our higher ed, our pledge, our Anaheim Collaborative. So many people take credit for this. And then finally, suspension rates. We talk about social emotional. Dr. Egan's talked a little bit about this. With suspension rates, you want these rates to go down, right? And here you see very clearly that in the last 3 year, the 3-year trend has been dramatic in terms of reducing the suspension rates across our district. Again, one of the things that we talk about with all of the supports and services is how we're ensuring that our students are being successful. So with that, again, we are celebrating this data, but we know there's still a gap. We know that we still have work to do, but we do want to celebrate where we are now. I'm going to turn it over to our ed staff, who will talk a little bit more about specifically what have we done with English learners, what have we done with our students with disability, and what have we done with our foster youth that has caused this positive change. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Bryant, who will talk about what we've done with our English learners.
Thank you, Mr. Colon. I saw you fanning yourself, so I brought my bottle of water just in case, all right? Well, Board President Piercy, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Matsuda, Executive Cabinet, thank you for this opportunity to highlight the work of it's done all over our district on behalf of our English learners and multilingual scholars. We continue to improve placement, instructional practices, and monitoring of our English learner and multilingual scholars by increasing scholar voice, 21st century skills, and technical skills, aligned with the 4 principles of the EL roadmap, which are assets-oriented and needs-responsive schools, intellectual quality of instruction and meaningful access, system conditions that support effectiveness, and alignment and articulation within and across systems, that systemness that we talk about. So how do we do this? So our English Learner Task Force actually meets with our sites 2 times a year, those site EL multilingual task force. We continue to build staff capacity through our belief modules, our EL multilingual shadowing, TeachFX, the LEAD program, EL roadmap toolkits, and more. We are extremely proud of our EL and multilingual success monitoring that we began this year. We had received the Learning Continuity and Attendance Plans funds, earlier, late in the summer, and we kind of sat around and we said, Mr. Colon asked us, if money wasn't a factor, what would you do? What would be the thing that you would want to do to help our English learners? And having been avid Excel teacher, avid teachers, Diana Fujimoto, Mr. Colon and myself, we all said, someone to monitor the students, right? An individual, like a case care, like an avid teacher, an avid Excel teacher. So that's exactly what we did. So we made sure that our students would be provided with weekly grade check-ins, check-ins for the students, grade checks, and then connect those students with resources like tutoring and counseling and more. So in that conversation is how our EL success monitoring began. And after almost a full year of implementations, teachers at the SIPSA meetings, at our task force meetings, they describe it as a game changer for our EL students, our multilingual students. Every English learner is partnered with a success monitor that checks the students' grades. They do weekly check-ins with the students and connect those students again to tutoring and counseling supports and more. So kind of an unexpected positive consequence of this, or outcome of this, is that now, whereas we would think traditionally of EL advocates at the site as our ELD teachers, our administrators, our counselors, now we have a lot of content teachers who are success monitors who are now EL advocates at the site. And we welcome it and are very excited about that. So these EL advocates will continue, so this is a part of our LCAP, we're going to continue these EL success monitoring next year, and we plan to integrate it into our LCAP in the future. And we are very excited that our EL task force at each site has also grown, where we used to have maybe 4 or 5 people. Now we have about 7 or 8 people as a part of that task force, made up also of those EL monitors. So our sites continue to monitor and review transcripts, and in the fall we will be looking at our newcomer transcripts very closely to learn how we can better support our newcomers. Our 7th through 12th is 10th grade parent conferences and one-on-one conferences for any student with less than a 2.0 continue. And then our junior high and high school articulation continues as well. From our recommendations, also Saturday Language Academy, after-school seminars, Saturday Summer Language Academy, and now, Project Learn from our last presentation last month is also continuing. And we continue to increase our enrollment in world languages for our English learners, our heritage Spanish courses, and our Arabic, and our 7 other languages as well as our dual language immersion courses. And teachers are integrating our ELD standards into the content areas, which is very key. We have our district-wide agreed best practices, which include collaboration, which we see in our classrooms, that at least 30% speaking time for our students, as well as giving our students a chance to write daily and making sure that our teachers are monitoring and adjusting their instruction. So as a result of all that, you saw the data, so I'm very excited and pleased about that data. And we continue to decrease our D and F rate of our English learners across the district. We increased our A through G rate. And we increased our reclassification and during the pandemic. I'm very proud to say that we have outperformed our seal of biliteracy numbers. We are at 1,301, and that is an all-time high of achievement for our scholars, so we're very proud of that work. So with that, I would now like to hand it over to Amy Maya, our Coordinator of Special Youth Services.
Madam President, can I ask a quick?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
So this is great, right? I mean, I'm looking at numbers and we've increased it for English learners. We've increased the graduation rate by 10% over 3 years, right? College and career indicator by 5%, 5.5%, and even A through G by 8%. But I pivot back to, which is great. So we got to celebrate it. We got to make sure that we are talking about it because that's an achievement. Then I pivot back to seeing the number of 27%. And I see that that's still low for English learners, right? So as a district, what else can we do? I mean, you said everything that we're doing. What else could we do to improve? Does that mean that we need to put more funding towards more people? Does that mean that we need to strategize in a different direction? I know we're doing the right things to move forward, but I see that number and I'm still like, I've mentioned this before. How do we improve that? 27%. We're going towards the right direction. How can we get there even faster?
So I think one of the things that we haven't been able to measure yet is the effects of the EL success monitoring. So this last year was the first year that we implemented having one teacher monitoring about 10 to 20 students each at a site. This is the first time we've done it all across the state. Monitoring is usually done with paperwork or through the computer. It's not done on a one-on-one basis. So we're actually innovating and leading the way and by having teachers actually monitor the students, our English learners. We were able to present, Diana Fujimoto and I, at the Californians Together webinar a couple months ago on this, and people were really blown away. They're like, that's a dream of ours to be able to do that. So I think that we will see the effects of this in the next year or two, and having teachers monitor our students closely, having weekly grade checks, because although I may have had my mom look at my grades, you know, on a weekly basis, not every student has that or has the capabilities of understanding what's coming through. So to actually have a teacher that's advocating for you, that can talk to other teachers and find out what else you need to do, how you can make up the scores, I think that's going to prove dividends. And then of course, our career systems, our career preparedness systems framework will make a huge difference for our English learners, and that's something that we're rolling out district-wide. So I anticipate that we'll see great achievement for English learners with the implementation of that and having Amanda Bean as our director of that.
And Mr. Jabbar, that's a great question because as I said, there's still work to do. One of the things that we're also seeing is what are the best practices? We're learning from each other. We're seeing that some schools are better than others at meeting this goal. And so we're seeing some best practices. One of them being that giving our English learners opportunity to remediate courses in the summer, to accelerate courses in the summer, or even during the year. Those strategies is what we're seeing is also, narrowing that gap. So these are the strategies that again, we're bringing district-wide as best practices.
Yeah, I'm glad because that was my
Mr.
second
Jabbar,
question.
can I add to that? Because you asked, where can we put our resources? This is why we're recommending continuing ramping up work with TeachFX. TeachFX, as you know, is a tool that allows teachers to monitor the academic language, oral language, within classrooms. And we know that there's a huge gap still between English learners and our regular ed students. So these are specific targeted resources that are going to help our teachers do a better job of monitoring. Because I think when they see the actual data, real data in class, we can disaggregate it by gender, ethnicity, social economics, any which way you slice it. But we know that there is a huge gap. And we're seeing that teachers that, a lot of them didn't know that information, but now that they have it, they're doing a much better job of being more intentional. And guess what? What happens when you start being intentional with ensuring that English learners have a voice, the engagement goes up, the participation goes up, the grades go up, the A through G rates will continue to rise.
And we have TeachFX on the agenda to approve today, so.
And then I wanted, sorry, go ahead.
No, I just wanted to kind of clarify, oh, lost my train of thought. Okay, go ahead,
Sorry about that.
No worries.
I'm excited to hear about the weekly check-ins. I think that will make a tremendous difference. I wrote that down. But also, I think it gets a buy-in, like you said, from the teachers that are now advocating, but integrating the EL standards into the content. Can you give me a little bit of an example of what that would look like?
Sure. So in 2015, the California Department of Ed published the framework for ELA, English Language Arts, and English Language Development Standards together. So you have your literacy standards that the teachers were already integrating thanks to the great work of Jackie Counts and Carlos Hernandez. And now the idea is that they're taking the ELD standards, which we had built the capacity through the belief modules 3 years ago, where every lesson design coach went through and trained their teachers on how to actually take those ELD standards and align them to their content so that they are not only a content teacher, but they are a language teacher as well. So we know that when we're teaching content, there's a language to the content. There's a language to math, there's a language to science. And so it's about being able to integrate those ELD standards. So while they're teaching the content, they are actually teaching language. So for math, we have math objectives, and that's a content objective, but then we have a language objective to be able to speak in complete sentences, to compare and contrast, to be able to write and analyze. And so those are the type of ELD standards that can be integrated into mathematics, let's say.
Fantastic. Thank you so much.
I think that's what I was going to ask, is our writing journey that we talked about a few years back, right? Kind of incorporating that into math and science and all that allows English learners to move up and really grasp it and get a good understanding for content. So, okay, thank you.
I agree.
You had also mentioned in your presentation about 7th graders coming in and changing some processes or procedures for the students, capturing them early. Can you elaborate a little bit on that?
Yeah, so we were talking about our 7th, or I was speaking to our 7th through 10th grade parent conferences, so making sure that when we capture our 7th graders, sometimes they come to our schools and their parents and the students, our scholars, don't realize that they're still identified as English learners. So that's where those parent conferences and student conferences are imperative, so that our students understand that, why they're identified as an English learner still and what they can actually do to goal set and take action to then do their best, because sometimes they take that English language proficiency exam and they think, oh, this horrible test I have to take every year, right? But they don't understand the importance of it, that if they can get a proficient score on that, a 4, and meet the other criteria, they can reclassify and actually have access to other classes instead of having to take perhaps an ELD course or another course that's helping them in language that maybe they don't need, but because of the test, they're having to take those courses.
Thank you.
So I just wanted to add a comment. This is another area where AUHSD has, been on the road to success. You talk about the EL roadmap. I went to a presentation this year, was a Zoom presentation on the EL roadmap. There are districts that haven't even started to think about implementing the EL roadmap. And I can't even imagine without that support and that guidance, where they are. So congratulations on the numbers, and thank you for the good work.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And now I'd like to present to you Amy Maya, our Coordinator of Special Youth Services.
Thank you, Dr. Bryant. Good evening, Board President Piercy, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Matsuda, and our Executive Cabinet. I want to thank you for the opportunity to share with you all of the amazing things that our teams are doing out there for our students with disabilities this year, and the work we'll continue to do throughout the following years. So as you may know, we do have SWD site teams that are at every site. They meet monthly, and they also meet with us as a district team twice a year. This opportunity is presented to them for them to share with us what current systems and best practices that are in place at their site, as well as to reflect on their current challenges. In addition, our district site team identified certain sites that have demonstrated best practices that can and should be implemented district-wide, and those are shared with administration at our principals' meetings. We're continuing our work to implement a district-wide system for consistent progress monitoring, and this year in particular, we focused on having each site develop a common progress monitoring tool for use department-wide. This resulted in an increase in communication and collaboration amongst all team members, which assisted them in providing specific and much more intentional supports for each student based on individual need. Additionally, our amazing school psychologists and our SWD site leaders provided training on appropriate identification and implementation of accommodations for both classrooms and state testing to all special ed staff at their respective sites. We're continuing our focus on intentional lesson design that embeds accommodations, modifications, and instructional strategies that best support SWD students' needs. And to support this, common conference periods are embedded and built into the master schedule when possible to allow our co-teachers to have time to lesson plan together. One thing that I'm very excited about is our work that we've done with master schedule. And we all know that master schedule definitely impacts school culture. And so what we have done is we have developed a team, a district team, which consists of myself, Amanda Bean, and our special ed curriculum specialist, Tracy Olson. And we have led monthly master schedule PLCs. They're designed specifically for scheduling special populations, and it includes admin, counselors, department chairs, program specialists, and through that process, they work through the entire master schedule process together as a unit, as one team. We also implemented a district-wide system of scheduling and placement for all of our SWDs through the use of a common form and tracking system for vertical articulation, so from each grade level to the next. The system was then used for individualized course planning for all students and was made accessible to all counselors, admin, and case carriers who all play key roles in ensuring all of our SWDs are scheduled appropriately. We're very, very proud of our instructional assistants and all of the work that they've done this year. They've had to step outside their typical roles during virtual learning to support students in a completely different setting. They've done an amazing job. They've run small groups, individual tutoring sessions. They've made parent phone calls, texts, emails. They've just done a tremendous job, and we just wanted to give them, let them know how much they're appreciated. We're going to continue the work to ensure that our instructional assistants are prepared to meet the needs of students by providing training on accommodations, modifications, data tracking, behavioral and academic support. We're going to continue our expanded access and enrollment of SWDs in world languages and CT pathways. This year, we had a collaborative effort with myself, Amanda Bean, our North Orange County ROP Administrator, Gail Kairos, and our vocational counselors, Julie Ornell-Smith and Tom Ferranda. And we led professional development to all of our special ed and CTE teachers, as well as our counselors and program specialists, on how to create opportunities for our SWDs to become pathway completers, and also how to incorporate appropriate accommodations in the CTE setting, because as you may or may not know, it's very different than the academic setting. I probably will say the most exciting thing we're doing is continuing to work on our workability opportunities for students with disabilities. We weren't able to be on site due to COVID restrictions, but this year Anaheim Union has received the second largest workability grant in the state, which supports pre-employment training and employment placement for all of our SWDs. And this is under the guidance of Tina Carpenter. She's our workability coordinator, and she's also created new vocational opportunities on campus for our students to access upon return to in-person instruction within our adult transition program. So once those are launched and in place, we'd love to have you visit and see what we're doing. And finally, we've expanded our engagement of parent and families of SWDs in our Parent Leadership Academy, and we're continuing to recruit parents of SWDs to participate, as well as collaborating with all our FACEs to develop and provide opportunities for smaller cohorts of parents to come together and share with each other just best practices and strategies to support their students both here at school and at home. Okay.
Good.
And with that,
are there any questions?
I just want to thank you for acknowledging the instructional assistants. They're near and dear to my heart. And I just wanted to ask a question. Congratulations on the grant. I think that's fantastic. Do we have a deficit in Is it a challenge to find opportunities for those students to find those connections? Or are we doing pretty well in that area?
In terms of the workability program and
Correct.
opportunities for employment, I will stay humble when I say this, but we probably have one of the most robust programs in the county, if not in the surrounding areas. Our adult transition program is absolutely amazing. We have hundreds of partners that the kids can, that we collaborate with, and we're just continuing to grow and expand those opportunities. So no, there's never a deficit in that. We have plenty of opportunities and we're looking for more.
Okay, fantastic. Can I get a list of those partners?
Sure, no
I'd
problem.
love to see.
Absolutely.
I'd like to say, though, that as it's tough work, especially the adult transition piece, there are gaps, not of our doing, but because of the way the funding is, it runs out at age 22. And so, many of our kids who've graduated from places like Hope, we're able to support them till age 22, and then oftentimes the funding runs out, and that's it. So there's really no federal or state safety net. This is a real challenge. I think it's been an ongoing challenge, and as good as our program is, it's heart-wrenching to see, and what happens next, right? So we are trying to leverage our AIM muscles to try to get some big, maybe Walmart or Goodwill or something to step forward and pilot something.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Congratulations on your numbers.
Thank you very much. With that, I'll go ahead and turn it over to my colleague, the Coordinator of Mental Health Foster Youth McKinney-Vento, Dr. De La Cruz.
Good evening, President PRC, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Matsuda, and Cabinet. Thank you for having me here. Even though it's really hot, I am smiling underneath, so I'm just glad to be here. I'm here to talk about a couple of things. First, foster youth, and then touch on our efforts around mental health. So in the year 2019-2020, we put together a task force consisted of district-level administrators, a counselor, psychologists, social workers, to really develop LCAP recommendations that we then rolled out last year, this academic year that passed. We had a series of meetings at the sites to roll out the LCAP recommendations. The first meeting was really focused on the recommendations of the LCAP, the team efforts, and what our expectations were when it comes to, sorry, I'm getting nervous, when it comes to our foster youth. And then the second one was really following up with that meeting. So some of the things that we focused on for our foster youth, at the beginning of the year, we had 222 students in our district that were in the foster care system. And when I pulled the numbers at the end of the school year, we were down to 150. And as you know, when it comes to foster youth, they're constantly moving and transferring and going from foster home to foster home. So there's a lot of instability. The focus of our work with our foster youth is to offer that targeted case management. So all of our foster youth are assigned to the site social worker. But that's not the main work. The main work is that each site took a team effort to meet the needs of foster youth. And some of the things that we put in place, some of the strategies were that every social worker had to meet with every foster youth, have one-on-one meetings with our foster youth, and every time a new student is enrolled in the school site, they need to have a meeting with that foster youth. And in that meeting, we really want to do a warm welcome to the students, kind of let them know what the supports are, supports available, and let them know that we can be a bridge in communicating with Social Services Agency, with Orange County Department of Ed, and then within the school system as well. One of the things that we do strategically with foster youth is we want to educate them about their rights. Because oftentimes, even our foster parents may not know all of the rights and services that foster youth have. So we're being very strategic in raising that awareness with them so they can advocate for themselves. The other thing that we did was make sure that each site had a system of monitoring students, really being more intentional and making sure that they're enrolled in A through G courses, that we monitor their attendance, that the team really took that team approach
So we had counselors, school psychologists, the social workers, and the administrators. And as we went out to the meetings, we were able to see that everybody on the team really knew the students' story. They were really working hard to meet all of their needs, which are oftentimes challenging, and highlighting their strengths as well. The challenges with our foster youth, of course, is the systems that we have to navigate in working with our foster youth, and that's social services and Orange County Department of Education. So, but that's the work of the social workers, that they have to navigate those systems. What else do we do with our? Sorry, I'm trying to. We also embedded into our task force collaborating and bringing social services and Orange County Department of Ed on board so that we can work with them strategically and how to better exchange information. The challenge is sometimes with our foster youth is getting that up-to-date information in terms of who their foster parents are, who the current county social worker is. So we want to bring them on board and really have intentional conversations on how to better document, how to better identify who our foster youth are, and get that information as quickly as possible. So this last year, we really were able to see how each school really took on that work as a team approach to really support all of our foster youth. And we were able to see increase in attendance, improvement in their academics, more strategic enrollment in the A through G courses that they needed, that were better suited for the students. And the work obviously continues with our foster youth. We also worked strategically in the transitional the transitions for foster youth from elementary to junior high, from junior high to high school, and making sure that we had that warm handoff for our students as they went from other school. Of course, the challenge is when a student is transferring to another district and trying to put in place that warm handoff for other districts so that they don't have to start from scratch and getting to know the student and doing everything all over again with the student. So that's the work that continues for us in terms of our youth, in terms of our foster youth. So I don't know if let me move on to mental health services. But before I talk about what our social workers have done around mental health, I want to acknowledge and really honor the work that everybody has done to respond to the current need of all of our kids who are struggling. From our FACES to our counselors and psychologists, everybody really stepped up and really met the needs of the times when it comes to our students. The challenges are huge when it comes to working with the kids that we work with in Tier 1 or Tier 3. But I really want to acknowledge that we did have a school community approach to meeting the needs of our students. What our team of 19 social workers did this year, they were able to provide services to 2,500 students directly. They serviced 84 homeless families. These are families who, we have families who are doubled up, families who are living in motels, but we had 84 families who were unsheltered, living in a car or living in an emergency shelter. Or we had youth who are running away, even though we were in a pandemic. Students and families were still struggling, and they still needed us to support them. So we serviced 84 families. The social workers, in our conversations and our team meetings, in trying to engage students who were not engaging because they had virtual fatigue, they were just tired, we had to find a different way, and our social workers really stepped up. They delivered 271 classroom presentations on self-care for students. And that topic of self-care really resonated for kids because we talk to kids about coping, but the concept of self-care, for some of them, even though they knew it, but it was kind of new for us to talk to them about them. So it really resonated with them during the pandemic. We did 34 staff professional development, 56 workshops for parents. A lot of the work that we did this year was really around self-care. It was really around how to respond to the current needs, how to support your student during the pandemic. How do you take care of yourself? You have to take care of yourself if you want to take care of your children. The social workers, some of them in combination with the rest of the staff, some of them in pairs, facilitated for 160 home visits. This year, we started a mental health parent ambassador program. We met about 4 times. And one of the efforts that, I visited the student ambassadors a couple of times. I met with different parent groups, and I kind of wanted to find out what do you see us doing more of? What is it that you would love to us do more of in the area of mental health, in the area of well-being? And as you heard our parents earlier, they want to be more involved and more engaged in everything that we do. And the Parent Ambassador Program, we have at least 2 members from each school participating in the Parent Ambassador Program. And what we want to do with them is really improve and figure out how we can better communicate with parents. Because even though we hold workshops, we don't always have the massive turnout with our parents. We may have 60, 80, or 100 parents show, but we know obviously there's more parents. So how do we more effectively communicate with parents, strategically deliver information and messages to parents so we reach in the masses as opposed to a few? We are going to provide in August training for these parents who are going to be real ambassadors and going out and talking to the community, going out to other parent groups around trauma-informed parenting, and really building the community that is trauma-informed to respond to what we expect to see. And the other area, which is, as all of you know, is close to my heart, is suicide prevention. So we want to build our parents to be able to roll out a campaign around suicide prevention. So parents are pretty excited about that work. We do plan to meet, on a monthly basis and continue to roll out our efforts around mental health. Here's what else did I want to highlight? Here's what we don't see in the numbers. During the pandemic, even though we were long distance, even though most of our kids were participating and engaged in the classroom, we still had to respond to families who were in crisis. We still needed to respond to students who were running away, students who needed that level of engagement, of intervention. And when we work with a student who has a mental health disorder or has mental illness, you really are working with the family. You have to work with the family. So our work is not directly with the student, it's with the family. If we don't do that effectively, we're not really helping the student. Our work with that family oftentimes involves working with other agencies. So we are strategically working with social services, sometimes with the police department, right? Sometimes with community-based mental health, sometimes with homeless service providers. So we are strategically, sometimes at the same time, because we're working with kids who perhaps are dealing with abuse, they have a mental health disorder, they need food, they need housing. So sometimes at the same time, we're trying to meet the need of that student. And if we're not working with the family, again, we're not really providing effective intervention. So that's very intensive work. It's work that doesn't stop. It hasn't stopped since the school ended. And it's work that, it's ongoing work, work that continues throughout the summer even. We still have to do that. So, and that's, this year obviously we have done several presentations around the work that we did to transition to telehealth. Everybody transitioned effectively to our telehealth services. Towards the end of the school year, we did, social workers team did 31 pods on coping, art therapy, self-care. So we started to do some of that work already with in-person for our students. And that's my presentation. Any other questions?
I have a quick clarification question.
Sure.
You had mentioned, did you mention 84 families living in cars, or is it motels in?
So 84 families who, I call them our tier 3 homeless families, because you have families that are doubled up. A lot of families in motels, they're stable in the motel. But these are families who are either in an emergency shelter, so very unstable, they're living in cars, they're unsheltered, or they're in a motel, but they need to exit in a day or two. So these are our tier 3 homeless families.
And have we been collaborating with the county in terms of making sure that they get sheltered, like especially the ones who are living in vehicles?
Yeah. So the community, the homeless service provider community or system is designed where a family has to enroll into one system, and if the beds come available, the space comes available,
sheltered.
They go into it. If not, they have to wait. Right. So one of the challenges that we're having right now is that there's limited housing.
Right.
Rent is going up. So
I'm more concerned about, like, I mean, I know that there are folks living in the motels.
Right.
They're sheltered.
Right.
If there's somebody who's in a shelter, then they're sheltered. I just want to get the numbers for who's living in cars. I think you mentioned there's a number living in cars as well. Do we have a breakdown of how many they are?
That's very few. I'd say about the 84 families, about maybe 10 of them were out unsheltered. Because Orange County has a pretty good system of response. We have CityNet, we have our collaboration with the Illumination Foundation. That's a very strategic collaboration. It's a 3-way partnership with Anaheim City. So we're very quick to respond so that families are not on the streets.
So that I guess that's my question is,
yeah.
like, why are these 10 living in cars when we have a system where we could actually collaborate with the Illumination Foundation, right, or CityNet or the county to get them into a shelter?
Right. So that all depends about when we find out that they're out on the streets. So the minute that we find out, we intervene, right? The minute that, for example, CityNet finds out, they intervene. So they may come to us and they're already out on the streets. Some families come to us, they know I have to leave.
What about the 10 that we know of?
So when they come to us, we make sure that they're off the streets. I'm not quite sure what the question is. So
you mentioned we have 10 that
we had
broken
out of
down,
the 84,
right?
out of the 84 that we serviced, yeah.
So if we know that 10, are those 10 now being sheltered in either a motel or a shelter setting without in their cars?
Yes, I'd say out of the 84, maybe 1 or 2 families are still struggling. If that family or those parents don't have any income, it's going to be really hard for them to really move into permanent housing. Because even the shelters, some shelters are 6-month shelters, some of them 18 months. But if those adults in the family unit cannot increase their income or gain employment to pay the rent, they're going to have a very difficult time moving into permanent housing. They're going to stay in the system. All we can do is come in, put them in a motel if there's a voucher, put them back into the emergency shelter system. So you have parents and families that are continuously going to struggle. The number has decreased because now there's greater effort, there's more funding around homelessness. So from when I started, now it's the community responds quickly. But regardless of our response, if that family can't increase their income, gain employment, and maintain it, they're going to have a difficult time with housing. That's just the fact about what happens.
And just quickly, I love the team approach with our foster youth. I think that's a fantastic idea. And you and I have spoken about another approach, utilizing other staff to try to just kind of be a, mentor friend to that environment. But thank you so much for your report. And I just want to personally thank you and all the other social workers. You work with the stuff that no one else, understands and sees, and it's very, very difficult. And yes, we get the reports, and we see them, but we don't understand and we don't know the hours that you spend in the hospitals or in a home waiting for these things, waiting for the connections, waiting for a police to arrive, or waiting for a bed to open. And I just want to personally thank you and your staff for all that you've done, all that you are going to continue to do. We are so lucky to have you. We know that the county calls on you a lot and utilizes your expertise. And I just don't know what we would have done in this last year without you and your team. and I hope that whatever we can do to support you and your team, that we can do. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you
so
Della,
much
for everything that you and your gals do.
I appreciate that. Thank you, sir.
No worries. I will do that. I think that I hope that what you heard from all three team members is intentionality. We're doing things with intentionality. And I think that is why we are seeing success, and will continue to be creative and innovative to continue to support our students, especially our most needy students. I think it's important for us to conclude at least the LCAP piece with the vision of, our work really is about making a difference in the world and ensuring that through the unlimited opportunities that our kids have, they are unlimited in terms of what they contribute. And I think that's the ultimate goal. And I think you saw that in the description of the goals and the actions that are embedded into the LCAP. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Carmona that will get a little bit more technical about what the LCAP template and process is, and the annual update that is required in terms of the LCAP. Mr. Carmona? Thank you.
Good evening once again. Want to really appreciate my colleagues who preceded me in sharing the amazing work that we're doing district-wide. So this part of the presentation, I'm going to talk a little bit about the different components that make up our LCAP. So the first part of that is the annual update. The annual update this year is a little bit different than in the past. Due to the pandemic, we did not complete an LCAP during the 2019-2020 school year. So the annual update really asked us to look at both the 2019-20 school year, right? We were working off of our actions from the previous LCAP cycle. And then also during this school year, 2020-2021, we created the Learning Continuity and Attendance Plan. So the LCP, not the LCAP. I think someone at the State Department of Ed had a sense of humor that they wanted to keep it the same letters practically. So our annual update this year includes both of those pieces together. The 2019-2020 school year and the 2020-21 school year as what laid out by the Learning Continuity and Attendance Plan. So that's that piece, and I know we'll probably answer some questions about those sections in a little bit here. The template itself was redesigned in 1920 in preparation for writing the LCAP at that time. Again, right, the pandemic canceled that process. We had actually started our stakeholder engagement process, but then that was halted due to COVID. So the template really, the changes to the template were to try to make it a little easier to understand for stakeholders. There's a lot of requirements that are included in the instructions. So when you look at our LCAP and you see the instructions that are at the end, those are actually legally required to be included, because the instructions lay out some of the regulations, the different ed code that governs what we actually have to include. The prompts themselves were simplified to be more straightforward, but then the technical pieces of what we need to address, that's included in the instructions. And so they are much more detailed for that section. And so for us, looking at the next 3 years, you saw the different data pieces and a lot of work that we are very proud of, but also acknowledging that we still haven't reached all of the goals that we've set for ourselves. And so in looking at those next 3 years, we did redesign all of our actions, right? So there are sub-actions under each goal. So we have 9 actions in Goal 1, 3 actions in Goal 2, 5 actions in Goal 3, and those actions look different than they have in the past. And the reason is, during our stakeholder engagement process, we asked our groups to answer 4 questions. Who is going to do what, for whom, and why? And so when you look at those sub-actions, you'll see different positions are called out more specifically. Right? Different student groups are called out more specifically because we wanted to be intentional around the design and delivery of the services and activities for our students, and particularly for those student groups that the LCAP is designed to address, our low income, our English learners, and our foster youth. One other required section of the LCAP, and this was introduced just a couple years ago, was the budget overview for parents. Again, this was an attempt by the state to try to simplify some of the financial information that is included. So this is a brief, I believe it ended up being 4 pages at the beginning of the LCAP this year. So again, just these are the broad strokes of the budget. What are the overall expenditures? How much of that will be LCFF? How much of that LCFF is budgeted for, in this template, they call them high needs students, which we know to mean the unduplicated student groups, low income, English learners, and foster youth. And so this gives the sort of big picture around the budget. The actual LCAP itself, right, through all the actions and services, you see the various amounts, right, that are tied to those various actions and services. So that is the different required components of the LCAP, the budget overview, the annual update, the actual LCAP template itself. And so with that, that concludes our presentation, and I believe we're going to open it for questions now, and I think we're all ready to respond to any questions that the board may have.
I just had you said unduplicated for those students of low income, et cetera, et cetera. I thought those students were actually counted in each group.
So unduplicated is the term that the state uses for to count them. So they are counted across the groups. So a student can be low income and an English learner and a foster youth student. And so they can be counted in each of the different groups, but unduplicated is the term that they use for those 3 different groups. Yeah, that's the boring technical stuff that Mr. Carmona gets to do sometimes. So, but yes, a student can fall within multiple of those groups.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
And in reality, they do, right? Very, very often, especially in our communities.
Okay, no, I'm sorry.
I'm ready for questions, Anna, if you're ready.
I don't have any questions right now.
All right.
Well, I have a few questions. I think Manuel is ready to go right there. So, so bear with me. I know the reason that I'm going to ask these questions is because of our folks and friends from Anaheim Intersection Initiatives who are here. I think they went through a process. So I want to thank Rosa, Anna, Maritza. I know Juanita is back there, and Karen Alvarado with OCO, and then also especially Adan. Like I think I mentioned it to you before, he has been one of those students that I've seen grow, and he really coming out here and advocating on behalf of other students. I am so proud of him for being up here and speaking in front of all of us. So I want to do that. Thank you. And then just kind of dive into a little bit more. I do have breakdown in terms of asking questions related to our LCAP. I will do that. But overall general, I wanted to kind of establish some, I guess, broad context of how our funds are being used and what we're doing in terms of these questions. So the first question is, with the LCAP, how are we centering the relationship between families, students, and educators, right? Especially with home visits and having this one-on-one with families. So we're doing all that work, but I want you to kind of give a little bit of a breakdown of where it is on our LCAP, how we are spending those funds, so that some of our parents who are listening could also learn from it.
So I'll start to answer that question, and I actually think that that question touches upon the work of many of our different directors, right? So Dr. Cruz could answer that, Mr. Hernandez could answer that. So when we talk about family and community engagement, obviously in Goal 2 is where we see some of those resources coming into play, right? That's where we see our family and community engagement specialists and the funding, right, to support them. That's where we see our translators so you see that support there, but then you'll also see that in Goal 1 as it relates to our English learner families, right? So we have our language assessment center staff, we have our instructional support staff at the sites, our bilingual instructional aides. You'll see that within Goal 1, again, related to the achievement of our English learners. And when we talk about centering around our students, I think that's really one of the beautiful aspects of our LCAP is when you look at Goal 1, and when we say the end of that goal talks about through the implementation of the 5 C's. So I think we could argue that any of the C's help center that relationship, but when we call out compassion as an institution within our LCAP and the work that goes into developing compassionate relationships, building those skills and resiliency within our students, and then ultimately when our families and students need additional support, when the skilled work of Dr. Cruz and her department come in, right? There's no sort of one lane that lives in for our students and our families, right? So we see it in Goal 1, in Goal 2, in Goal 3, where we have our social workers, and so that I think is really, it is, I'm a little bit nerdy that a plan can be beautiful, but I do think we have a beautiful plan, right? And because that sets our intention to accomplish everything that we want for our students. So I don't know if Dr. Cruz or Mr. Colon, you want to add anything to that?
I think, Mr. Carmona, you actually hit most of the points that I wanted to make sure that our parents get, because at the end of the day, the emotional, mental health, and academic needs of every student is also met with the funding allocation. That goes back to our home visits from social workers to, making sure that our EL students are getting the necessary outlook. So I think you broadly captured that. I wanted to go into a little bit more into after-school programs. And Manuel, we talked about it a little bit. Can you kind of hit on some programs that we are identifying for our students, including our Saturday academies, right, that we're having? So.
Sure. And actually, Mr. Carmona will talk to that because he.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I do. So, right. So we are very fortunate to have a long-standing partnership with the Anaheim YMCA, and through that partnership, we offer an after-school program affectionately known as Anaheim Achieves. And so that program has been in existence for quite a while, right? And that is supported with a state grant. And those programs really address 3 things, right? Again, we want to, right, they call it expanded learning. That's its technical name, right? Because we're going to expand the learning after school, right? That time after school. So we have academic support. So that's when they have tutoring, right? They sit down with the students, help them complete their homework and their assignments. There's physical engagement, right? Because we know that physical activity is really essential. So they have sports, they get outside, they do different activities. And then lastly, there's the component of student choice. What are they interested in? What are the kinds of things that are fun for them? And so that's where the after-school program develops what they call clubs, right? And so each school asks the student, what are the things you're interested in? And then they design the clubs to meet the student's needs, right? So one of the biggest successes there has been esports. The students were hungry to experience that in an organized manner, right? Not a student sitting at home by themselves, right? But really looking at what are the cognitive benefits of engaging in esports, and how do you develop a sort of team mentality? Maybe you've never been on a sports team, right? Maybe you've never played soccer or football or basketball, but esports, you still develop that team mentality, right? How you support your fellow teammate. And so that's one example of some of the clubs and the student-driven interests that we have in our after-school programs. Additionally, we work with a number of partner organizations, OCAPICA, Girls Inc., Dr. Cruz started a student organization around mental health. All of these organizations meet after school. So that's another aspect of our after-school programs. And then lastly, the own academic tutoring that we've provided as school sites, right? Where our teachers and our staff are providing that tutoring. And even during the pandemic, that was provided virtually, right? Hiring college students from our local communities to support our students in achieving academically. So that's, right? Athletics, that's a whole nother component of maybe what you would consider an after-school program, right? Our intramural programs at the junior highs, which is a very unique program that we're actually running during the summer for the first time as an enrichment program. It was just out at a few schools this week. It's been amazing to see the students out there participating, big smiles on their faces, literally the sun is shining on them, and it's like everything is right? Our students are healthy and successful out at our sites during the summer. So that's I think that was a quick snapshot of our after-school activities.
It's a
Mr.
quick,
Jabbar?
long snapshot. Yeah.
Can I just add a caveat to the Anaheim Achieves program? We've really revamped the Anaheim Achieves program in the last couple of years. It's not just an after-school program and we hand the kids over. We've actually really teamed up with them, and they're actually trained in the content area.
The tutors are trained by Diana Fujimoto in AVID strategies, right? So they're not just helping the students one-on-one, they're actually using research-based tutoring strategies. They're trained by Dr. Cruz on recognizing social emotional issues and our proper protocols for doing that. We are adding, we added professional development days for our own staff, right, heading into next school year. Our Anaheim Achieve staff will participate in those days as well. So they're getting the same training as all the rest of our staff. So it's very seamless, right? When a student walks out of the school doors and into the after-school program, that those staff are just as competent and well-trained as our own staff.
And how many sites are we in?
We are at 6 of our 8 comprehensive junior highs, but with our one-time funds, we will be opening those programs at Walker and Lexington in the fall. And we are at 5 of our 8 high schools have Anaheim Achieves. 6 of the 8 have a partnership through the Anaheim YMCA with a program called Avanza, which is their version of like a career development. So we have one additional site that is also supported through that program.
Perfect. So with that, I wanted to kind of reiterate that with this LCAP, we are also, this goes back to our Anaheim intersection questions where they were asking for increase the number of district staff dedicated to our mental health. And I think we've done that at our sites. to make sure that we do that continuously. Increasing support for parents. I think you saw the robust parent activities that we do and the investment that we have in that. Increasing the occurrence of universal mental health screening. I know that we partnered to get a mental health screening program. Do you want to talk a little bit about it?
Pull out my numbers. So we piloted at one of our high schools, at Cypress High School. We finally were able to roll out a screener. It's called Heads Up Checkup, and it's an online screener. It takes under 10 minutes. And it was developed by a psychiatrist pediatrician based on our current understanding of mental health disorders. So it's pretty comprehensive. So as the students answer the questions, it really takes them in a path based on how they're answering the questions. So here are the results of just one screener for 704 seventh grade students. The student has to volunteer. This is volunteer. So out of 704 students, 340 completed this screener. Out of 340, there were 113 students we had no concerns for, 125, minimal mental health issues. 81 students met the criteria for a DSM diagnosis. We have about 20 students who were in a crisis in that day. So 4 students with severe crisis. And in our response, we had to hospitalize one of them. So that was just in one day we were able to find students who had already the full spectrum of mental health. Kids that were doing kids that were doing well, which is the majority of our kids, which pretty much aligns with the current data. And then, smaller number of students who are in need of intensive interventions.
Can I have a clarification?
Sure.
You said this was in Cypress, and did I hear you
Cypress
say
High School.
7th graders?
I'm sorry, did I say 7th? 9th graders.
Okay, that's why I say, wait a minute, I thought this was Cypress, okay.
I'm just not having a good day today to present to you guys, I'm sorry.
So my question is,
Sure.
when are we going to expand that over? I know it's a brand new one that we just got. When are we starting to expand it to
Right.
the rest of the sites?
So we had a little bit of challenge rolling it out, getting approved and funding all of those good things, right? So our goal is to screen all of the 7th graders, to roll it out to all 7th grade classes next year and all 9th grade classes.
Okay.
Because it does cost per student. What I have to highlight about this, I presented it to our parent and mental health ambassadors at our meeting in May. And the parents were not only grateful that we did this, that we're doing this, but a lot of them offered to give us money to pay for it, that this is incredible. One of the parents, gave us a story that her personal story, that, she's struggling with her daughter and has to pay so much money to get her help. And had she known, had we done this for her, she would have been able to find her months earlier and kind of gotten her. So by the time sometimes we get these kids, that have like the 125 who have minimal mental health issues, sometimes because we can't find them, we get them when they're already in crisis. So what the screener can do for us is really prevent that suffering. And when we're looking at children who have a mental health disorder, and we provide that intervention, the treatment, the healing, you're also healing the family. It goes back to our parents, right? It's not just the child, but the whole family unit that we're providing an intervention for, because you have a child that's hurting, the whole family is hurting as well.
That is phenomenal.
Yeah.
Now, when was this administered? You said this was a voluntary thing for the 9th graders.
We did the classes on May 17th on all of our English classes. So prelude to that day, we had a parent information meeting. We piloted it in one class. We informed the teachers.
Okay.
Yeah, it was.
That is just phenomenal. And then you ended up actually intervening with one of these and getting, that's phenomenal.
I have to give credit to Dr. Hodgson because he did an amazing job. He was supportive. He did an amazing job with this and really was on board and really owned it, right? He wanted to talk to the teachers. He was there at the parent informational meeting, and it was part of the whole process. I really want to make sure that I highlight his buy-in into this and his support for this. So
what's the cost per student again?
a little bit under $5 per student.
Okay. So
for one screener.
And have we allocated funds, Mike, have we allocated funds to roll it out for all the schools?
We've allocated funds to allocate it for the 7th and 9th graders for all of our schools.
All of our schools, okay.
Yes.
All right, perfect. increasing the use of peer-to-peer support. I think that's something that we are beginning to, right?
Yes, we're continuing to work on that, and we had a little bit of challenge during virtual learning
Right.
on what that looks like, because some districts are doing that with kids, and they're more focused on them responding to suicide. We have to be very careful with the peer-to-peer counseling. So we're partnering with Latino Health
Doing it
Access.
deliberately, yeah.
Yes,
yeah.
yes.
And then convening parent and student forums on mental health. I think we've done it, but we just need to continue to do it because I see that there is a need. And one of the things that I get asked a lot is from parents wanting to know more and more about mental health. So for us to kind of focus on that and move forward in expanding those type of forums at different times of the day, even if we can possibly do it during a weekend to attract more parents and kids, it's a great component that I want to advocate for. This is a very important, I commend them for actually looking at this, is the aligning of mental health support policies between our district and the feeder districts of, Anaheim Elementary, Magnolia, Centralia, and so on and so forth. So that way we have they know what to expect from us and we know what to expect from them, right? How are we going down that path? I know that I brought this up a long time ago, but we never had the opportunity to really dial into it.
Right.
That is something that we need to start looking at.
So I did meet a couple of times with representatives from all of our 5 elementary school districts. So we had the homeless liaison there, the foster youth liaison, and the person that's in charge of social emotional. Not all schools have that. Sometimes it's just one person like myself. But what came out of that meeting was that desire for us to partner and align our practices around mental health and social emotional learning, around truancy, just to support each other. So the buy-in is there. We did meet. We're gonna try to meet on a quarterly basis to start because of, the work that has to happen. And the main reason why we set up that meeting was to look at the transitions. We want to be more and more intentional with transitions with our kids who have a mental health disorder, foster youth, and homeless youth. That warm handoff, and they agreed 100%, all 5 feeder districts. So the work, the buy-in for the work is there. Now we just have to have the system of communicating and meeting so that we can move on with that work.
So the increasing the utilization of community-based mental health services to provide support for students in need. I mean, we partner a lot with different organizations, but increasing to do that and creating that continuity, I think it helps.
So here's what's great about having a mental health professional within the educational system. And when it comes to community partnerships, what's great about that is that you have a system. We're creating a system where we, with the training of the teachers and staff, where we're identifying students who have a need. And in our assessment, we determine what that need is, because in mental health and mental illness, it varies, right? It varies in terms of what their mental health needs are. So what the social worker does then is that targeted case management, where we're intentional, and sorry, I want to get closer to you guys. We're intentional on what community agency they partner with. If it's trauma focused, if it's a homeless service provider, if it's a mental health provider that focuses on anxiety disorders, right? It depends. So we do have strategic partners like Okapica and Western Youth Services. They service our regions. They get funding from the healthcare agency, and they are our providers in the community. So they service, but we also partner with other child guidance center, Waymakers, OC, LGBTQ, we just put them through. We've always referred and connected with those agencies based on the need of the student. So that's ongoing work that doesn't stop, that has never stopped. But I want to highlight that our work with the community is really centered on the need of the student.
Need of the student.
And which is why it's great to have that mental health provider on campus, because we can do that individual assessment and meet the student needs.
Perfect.
And the families as well.
Thank you. So all in all, I mean, that's like pretty much what I wanted to cover for the benefit of our Anaheim intersection partners. But I think their main ask is, we have all this money that has come into the system, right? Are we being intentional about utilizing that money to kind of transform the system, which we are, right? As a district, we are intentionally looking at how to utilize those funds. And that's one of the reasons that I say that at the end of the day, we can talk about it here, and crow about it because we are proud of it, but we got to take it out and talk with parents and community members and give them a short synopsis of what we are doing in order to do that. The other part is, I think we as a district also need to show, it goes back to transparency, right? We as board members can identify where the money is at and how we're spending it. But for the community and parents, maybe to break it down and show like, okay, this is the amount that we get from LCAP, and this is the amount we got from COVID related, this is the amount that we got from ARP, right? And break down those funding and show where those fundings are going in a short format, even throw it on the website. And maybe if that allows them to click on it and deep dive into where those funds are going, so be it. But we got to do that to be transparent, right? Mike, you stood up, you wanted to say something.
Yeah, I'm glad the parents did stay because people need to be clear. We have to manage expectations moving forward. This money is most of it is one-time money. It's going to be gone in 2 years. Plus, we're faced with declining enrollment, 1,650 students that we're losing. And so we're going to need you parents to participate as we move forward, because we're going to have to make some tough decisions. We're not going to have, this money's going to be gone in 2 years. So it's great that we're in a position to spend the money strategically, but again, in terms of expectations moving forward, we're gonna probably, we can't sustain a lot of this stuff. So that's the challenge, and we need your involvement to help us make priorities in future LCAP. Thank you.
And I think, Mike, you're making a good point, which I think some of us, even from the county perspective, because I'm involved in the county part, we get a lot of these comments about, hey, the county is flush with money or the district is flush with money. But what we don't understand is that these are short-time funding, where is there for like 1 year, 2 year, and then we're done. So we can't really create a new program, because then what we're doing is establishing false expectation that, 4 or 5 years down the line that this program's going to go and robustly, but we don't have the money to do that. So at that point, we have to cut those programs, which then is going to create more issues, because now people are going to say like, hey, you're cutting a program which helped the student, right? So we got to intentionally look at that. And that's where communication and transparency come in. We can actually have this communication two-way to have that pretty well in terms of understanding, right? And then I think I mentioned it to you. I have a lot of notes, which I will talk to you, Manuel. I know we're running late too. But I just wanted to kind of clarify that one portion about the statement about facilities. I think you clarified it to me, but I want to put it on record, is that one of the areas right here, which I just missed the page, which talked about facility funding, and then we go into saying that, hey, we had facility funding and Measure H funding, and then the next sentence talks about we didn't get to do much with the facilities, and then we utilize most of the funding to help support our food service program for our folks. That might be a false narrative, so maybe we rephrase that language or put that sentence somewhere else, because people might think that we're using Measure H money to support, supporting a food service program, right? And that needs to be distinguished, and make sure that that's in the final draft of the document, that we want to make sure that the community knows that we're not using Measure H funds to support our food program, right? And then the other part that I wanted to talk about, which you and I talked about, is that in the budgeting, at one point it shows that mental health, the actual was like at 1.9 million, but we had not, I'm sorry, the assessed was at 1.9 million, but we spent less, right? That's, again, with the expectation that we are actually not using LCAP funds, but we are using other funds to support mental health. So that's something that I wanted somebody to clarify.
Sure. So I'll talk a little bit about the budget piece just briefly. So there are two pieces there. So one is when you look at the the Learning Continuity and Attendance Plan, the LCP, right? So in that plan, that was the CARES Act money, or the COVID money, as people kind of generally refer to it. All right, so we budgeted for many different services there: additional counselors, additional social workers, additional community liaisons, translators, right, a number of positions. So there's two columns. There's what we budgeted, what we thought, right, it might cost to deliver some of these services, and then what we actually spent there. And so one of the things to keep in mind is all of those were on top of what we were already providing on a year-to-year basis from the LCAP, right? So we already had 15 or 16 social workers. That added additional social workers, right? We already had counselors at all of our sites. That added additional counselors. So initially, right, all that money was supposed to be spent by December 31st, right? We only had one semester to expend those funds. One of the challenges with that is if you are a mental health professional, you really want to ensure you have a job for a year. And so as the federal government made a late decision to extend those funds until the end of the school year. That happened in December, right? So we were able to extend those folks through the entire course of the year. But the challenge was many folks did not want to accept a job for just a semester initially, right? So we did add additional folks, and we had budgeted to potentially add more, but we were not the only district, right, looking to add folks on, right? And so there was definitely a scarcity in human resource, right? And I know that was very frustrating for Dr. Cruz. Additionally, I will say that we have a very rigorous process, and our social workers really have to meet the highest level of qualification. And so, right, we don't, there are different levels of qualification that Dr. Cruz could speak to, but we don't take the lower level, right? Like our folks are very well qualified, and that's why we trust them to do, the amazing work that they're doing. So, so again, just a little clarification around that piece, and again, what you see there with the LCP is that was on top of what we're already providing, right, at all of our sites.
Well, finally, I just want to thank you guys. I think you guys put a lot of, every year you put in a tremendous amount of work into this LCAP planning process. Manuel, I know you lead this with passion. I love your passion for it, so thank you very much. I know all of the teams which probably put a lot of time and effort into this. So I want to thank you on behalf of not only our parents and students, but the community. So thank you very much. Last point is, if you can, I know that every year after graduation, I see all these great numbers for us, right? Graduation rates and numbers for our A through G. At least I'm sure all the board members would like it, is to give like a short synopsis of how many people graduated, how many, we used to get those. If you could do that for this year too, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you. And I know, again, I want to congratulate and thank our counselors who did an amazing job with our seniors this year. So we'll get that for you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Bravo.
Okay. Okay, that was 9.2 and 9.3. This is the public hearing, local control and accountability plan, or the LCAP, and the annual update. Open the public hearing. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on this item?
7%, how in the hell is that?
Okay. Seeing none, close the public hearing and good night, community. Okay, 9.4, public hearing, 2021-22 proposed budget. Open the public hearing. Do I have anyone who would like to speak to the proposed budget? Seeing none, close the public hearing. Wait a minute, we have.
I think there's a presentation, right?
Yeah. We have another presentation, but it wasn't put in here. I'm looking, turning the page to find it, but okay. We have a presentation on the budget.
Yes, perfect. Thank you so much, Madam President, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Matsuda, Cabinet, and members of the public. Well, before I start my presentation, I do have a special appreciation tonight for our Director of Business Operations, Jerry Shinarian, who will be retiring. So just want to say a few words. So thank you so much for your amazing service of 21 years to the Anaheim Union High School District. This is your last budget, and
hey, Jerry!
And just the amazing numbers that you have provided me since I've been here, and just your hard work for the district. I truly, sincerely thank you for your service, and I'm sure we'll see you around. But congratulations for all you have done for the district, and thank you.
All right.
All right, we'll get a few more balloons there. So, what a difference a year makes. A year ago, we were faced with a 10% deficit, as you have seen across the board with our budget. But now, a year later, California is roaring back from the dark days of the health pandemic that we have all faced for nearly a year and a half. The governor was able to produce a budget that's actually balanced with over $24 billion in reserve at the state level, which includes a deposit into the Public Education's Rainy Day Fund, which will now then trigger the district's reserve cap. So the requirement says with the cap, it will go in effect when the Rainy Day Fund is at least 3% of the total K-12 share of the funding. So now with that trigger, this means that districts in year 22-23 cannot have more than a 10% reserve in those years, starting that year. So, however, with the significant investment of in the May revised proposed by the governor and additional federal one-time dollars that we have seen quite a bit, this will create a multi-year risk for our districts and districts across California. Even though we're hearing a lot of really great news, but not all California's bank accounts are experienced at the same level. As you will see here, the national and the California unemployment rate. So just in March of 2021, California's unemployment rate was at 8.5% compared to the 6.2% across the U.S. But if you have seen during the pandemic, when the first initial number that we saw was last April 2020, the unemployment rate in California was at 16%. So just to see, even 16% was extremely high, but as you will see, even currently at 8.5%, that is extremely significant in the unemployment rate. If you're looking at the some of the housing prices, this is a good index to see what are some of the affordability within our state. So only a year ago, in February of 2020, the median single house, detached single house homes was at about $580,000. This has, in a matter of literally a year later, the number in March of 2021 has increased over 30%, 30% to $758,000 as a median single-family home. And so with that increase, that really pushed the affordability of housing, as we have heard, to a really extreme level. As you will see, I'm sure people are hearing about these housing crises as well in California. And that is extremely significant if you look at 30% increase in literally a amount of 13 months. I will now going through some of the proposals by the governor. So all these proposals came back in middle of May. And so the biggest adjustment we're seeing right now is the cost of living adjustment for the LCFF base. So this is called the mega COLA at this point. It's 5.07%. and this will be applied to just the LCFF base. The next you will see is the special education. Instead of applying the mega COLA, it's getting the compound COLA from last year, which we did not get a COLA of 2.31%, to the current year COLA of proposal 1.7. That's called a compound COLA of 4.05%. Now, the other categories, which is the other category programs, will be only getting the 1.7% COLA. That will include some of the mandated cost, after-school education program, the ACES program that we have, as well as the drug, alcohol, tobacco programs. And so there are a lot of, what we're hearing is some of these things are being proposed, could change, but this is the current numbers that we have. The governor also is proposing a new concentration grant. So this is in addition to the one we currently have. So with this, the governor is proposing to increase the concentration portion from 50% to 65%. And these are for the unduplicated pupil, which you heard earlier, that are above 55%. And this will be extremely significant income as well. However, the legislators already on June 2nd rejected this proposal. And I'm going to talk about what they're proposing next. So these are just, this.
Objected to the proposal?
They already objected, yes. So they voted already that this is not something that they're interested in at this point. So right now, we are not putting the dollar amount in our budget since there's a lot of risk to these type of proposal at this point. Next one is the community schools. Thank you to Carlos, as we have currently the two community schools at Sycamore and Anaheim High School. And our district is continuing to apply for even more community school grants. So the governor is proposing a $3 billion of one-time over several years to expand community schools, which would increase additional mental health and social services for our students. And the idea is they will have propose a wraparound services for our students and families. The governor is also proposing, yes.
What's the definition of community school?
So it's basically, so the model that we currently have is we would have a school within a school, right? So you would have a separate, like the ones we have seen so far would be, we would have the services on campus. And parents can come in during a certain time and to provide that piece of it. But the idea is really having the school to family engagement piece. So that's how currently, that's the model that we're looking at. I mean, what the governor's proposing right now. And there were also, we have also actually applied for additional federal community school as well.
So that's a great question, Mr. O'Neill, about the definition of community schools. That's still being clarified by the state of California, but the concept is that schools become hubs of services for communities, even beyond the parent and student community. So, and that's, as you heard from Adela, when we're dealing with mental health, for example, there's all these other issues. And currently, because, well, even prior to COVID, schools were more and more the sources of food, right, the basic needs for families. And again, this is, the governor's proposal is only for 3 years. So these are, we have to, as Nancy's saying, we have to be very careful with how, if we were able to secure a community school grant, you know, we have to be very careful in how we spend that money.
The next proposal is the in-person instruction health and safety grant. And this is also a one-time proposal to provide $2 billion for in-person instruction grant. So that will include sanitation cleaning, COVID testing, additional spaces for social distancing as well. And this will be allocated based on the proportion of the district's LCFF entitlement. The next one is the Expanded Learning Opportunity Grant, and this is part of the AB 86, and this would basically provide supplemental instruction, as well as for support for social and emotional well-being, and meals and snacks. And 85% of this grant would have to be used for in-person services, and then at least 10% used to hire paraprofessionals, or if you are not able to hire them, you can backfill using your current expenditure as well. The next proposal is the Targeted Intervention Grant, which actually, this is to supplement the Expanded Learning Opportunity Grant, and this would increase additional tutoring, intensive re-engagement of students and staff, and to close achievement gap, as well as increase instructional time. And this is about $2.6 billion proposal that will be allocated based on the LCFF entitlement as well. And regarding to distance learning in 21-22, so May revised basically.
That's a quick question, clarification on that. So you're talking about the Assembly Bill 86, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that 4.6 billion will be proportion based on LCFF numbers?
Yes.
And then that $1,000 for each homeless student, is that in addition to, or is that?
So this is all, you'll be on our location, this will be part of it already.
Okay.
Yes, so this is, yes. So there's a formula, like there's a projected numbers, yes, that they will be given to us. Okay, perfect. And regarding distance learning in 21-22, the assumption is that the in-person education, it will be the default for all students. However, if families do not feel comfortable, they are allowed to, the district would have to provide some type of instruction. So done 2 ways. So either basically it will be a program based on independent study. Now in our district, we do have Polaris, as well as Catella Independent Study and the Kennedy Independence Program. And additionally, we do have our Cambridge Virtual Academy. That would be another option, but it's more of a course-based, so it's not an independence program. But we do have options for our students if they choose to work independently at home for the next school year as well.
Now, we just did a survey.
Yeah.
Have we received the results of that survey yet?
The survey for the parents? Yes, I believe so, yes.
Attendance for next year.
And what they plan on doing next year?
Yes, about.
Because you gave us a preliminary report when a few of the
yeah.
results had
Yeah,
come in, but now that it's over.
Yeah, we had about 250 families that expressed interest in CVA and somewhere around 150 that expressed interest in Polaris. So both schools have been given the list of families to recruit. Otherwise, everyone else either chose in-person learning or did not respond to the survey.
Okay, so you're saying 400 people responded for other than in-person?
Correct, yes.
Okay.
And what
So
percentage?
about
Yeah.
95% of the families are selecting the in-person option.
Right,
So,
right. We, that was the percentage when you had the first, number of them, but
how many responded to your survey?
Yeah,
what?
about 8,500 families or students responded.
Only 8,500?
Yeah, so it is unclear, right, in terms of
That's
the
low.
exact numbers we're going to get in the fall. Because only 8,500 responded to the survey.
Right, but then but the option was respond, but if you don't, we'll
Correct.
assume you're in person, so a lot of people just, okay.
Correct. That was what was shared, is that if
Right.
you do not respond, that just means that your default will be in person. So there could be a lot of families who just chose not to respond because they're planning to come back.
Right,
As we approach, families are reaching out to ask if they want to change their mind, but most families are asking to be in person if they chose the other option. So we're not seeing very many people asking to go the other way to CVA or to Polaris. So.
right. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Regarding cash flow and deferrals, so the current proposal is still on for current year from February through June 2021. That is still being deferred from July through November of 21, so that is still a deferral. But the governor is proposing to eliminate the deferrals for next year from the February apportionment to the May. However, the June 22 deferral will be to the July 2022. So that's the only cash deferral that they're proposing for next year at this point.
That affect our cash flow?
No, we are in good standing, and then the July apportionment, they try to have it by July 15th, so it's about a 2 weeks period. So it's not as bad, but we have a, right now our cash flow is solid, so we are good right now. But we are always monitoring cash flow just to make, we wanted to ensure. But this it's basically they're basically not paying us, and we're not making the interest, right, as well. So it's like, when you are allocated this dollar amount, you're expecting this cash flow, but they're saying, oh, I'm going to IOU, I'm going to pay you down the road. And so the IOUs, it's coming for current year apportionment as well. So that's not ideal. And so we're hoping that maybe the legislative version of the budget could possibly change that.
No interest on the IOU?
No interest in the IOU, and I'm going to show you a bit. The interest rate is really low still right now, but it's our money, right? So we owe that money. So I'm going to go into our district's proposed budget for the 21-22 year, and these are some of the highlights for the assumptions that we have for our budget. So as you will see, we do have a split on the COLA for current year. LCFF is at 5.07%, as you all saw. Special education at 4.05, and other categoricals at 1.7. But the out years assumptions are all the cost of living adjustments are the same. 2.48 for next year, then 3.11 for 23-24, and 3.54% for the fourth year out. As you will see, the STRS continue to go up from 16.92% to the 19.1 at this point, and the PERS amount will go up from 22.91% to 26%. And I'm going to have a slide to show you how much that will actually cost the district at that point. The state unemployment insurance right now for next year is actually got increased significantly to the 1.23% as well. And the interest rate right now, we're projecting right now is only still at 0.9%. That's the current Orange County Treasury rate that we are receiving. And depending what happens, when they set the rates, then we will adjust that when we receive those numbers as well. As you guys have seen this enrollment projection chart, we are continuing to decline, and this is one of a major problem that we have. So if you can see from 2014-15 to even current year at 2021, we have lost about 2,500 students already in a matter of that time. And just even in the from 2019-20 to what we're projecting even for current year, we are losing about 1,650. So 1,650 students is our projected loss, which is very, very significant. Regarding the, so we have the enrollment. Now this next piece is the average daily attendance. This is how we're being paid for our funding. As you will see, the state basically safe harbor the district in year 2021. So basically that ADA will help us into our budget for the 21-22. But which means that we will have a significant drop in the following year with our budgets since there's no longer a safe harbor. And as you will see, this is the unduplicated pupil count for the 3-year rolling average. Well, we have to take the unduplicated for the 3 years in order to have this number as part of our LCFF. As you have seen, with everyone's hard work, our numbers are actually going up. So next year projected to be at 77%, and then even higher to about 79% the following year. But as you know, if the economy does improve, and so that number could actually then will come down because then families will not be qualified for that piece of it. And as you will see the next slide here, this is the STRS and PERS district contribution. So if you will see back in 2015-16, the STRS amount was about $15.6 million. And if you will see what are projected already in 2020, in 21-22, we are going to be at $29 million. That's literally double already. And then it is projected to go up to $32 million for STIRS just in another year from that. So literally with the STIRS, even going back about 6 years, it doubled already at this point with the district contribution. The next piece of it is the PERS, that's for the classified employees. In 2015-16, it was about $6.3 million for that year. For our projection in 21-22, it's already more than double to about $14 million at this point, and it's projected to go up to about $17 million in 23-24. So that's literally almost 3 times as the amount as PERS Board has the authority to make those adjustments, and it's a significant increase to our district budget. So the 21-22 general fund revenue, this would include our unrestricted and restricted budget. We are looking at a total of about $429 million. As you will see, the bulk of it is from the LCFF base. We also have the supplemental and concentration portion, which the LCAP focused on, about $73 million. Then when you look at the expenditures for 21-22, you will see the bulk of our expenditures continues to be on staffing, with certificate staff salaries at about 38%, classified salaries about 14%, and our total benefits, employee benefits, which includes the STIRS and PERS, is in there about 28% total for our total expenditures. And if we were looking at the multi-year projection, you can clearly see in the 21-22 budget, we are spending more than what we're taking in, but just be very aware that there were a lot of one-time dollars that came in this year in 2021. So basically, we're carrying those dollars into the 21-22. So it's going to make like we are deficit spending more than what we are. So just be kind of mindful about that. The one-time revenues, really, when you do a multi-year, you have to be extremely careful about that piece of it. So looking at our proposed budget, we are deficiting by about $45.6 million for 21-22. And the following year, we're deficiting by about $31 million. And then continuing to be about the $21 million deficit in 23-24 and about $20 million in the 24-25 fiscal year. So this is what happens when we have a continuum of a declining enrollment factor that comes in here. And so the trend really is to look at how much are we deficiting in our projected budget. And this is something that we absolutely have to address at this point so that we can be balanced in the multi-year out. So I do want to review the timelines for the board. So on May 14th, Governor Newsom presented his May revision from his proposed budget back in January. And on June 14th, which is only a couple days ago, the legislature actually passed the 21-22 state budget of their version. I do want to point out some key investments that the legislature, that they adopted versus what the governor, so it's quite already a difference. So the first one is to increase the supplemental from the 20% to 23.3%. So they did not like the idea of the concentration portion of that piece because a lot of districts may not have the concentration amount, but we do. So for us, we'll have to figure out the difference if that would happen. Next one is a $28 billion to reduce the PERS and STIRS employer pension rates. So this will be welcoming to our district if they would be able to put these $2.8 billion into those programs. So that will basically reduce our expenditure on our STIRS and PERS. And
do we have an average of, if that were to pass, what that means to AUHSD?
I know, no, I don't have that number at hand right now. Jerry, do you? I don't think they have circulated that number, but depending on how the allocation, I can kind of give you some guess later on, but yes. Yeah, I do have like a number in mind, I think, so, okay. And then regarding the unemployment rate, as you saw, that unemployment insurance is extremely high right now, so they are proposing to do some type of the state unemployment insurance support. So these will be extremely welcoming if it would pass at this way as well. And then the next one is the full retirement of the K-12 and community college deferrals. So all the deferrals you saw, the idea is to eliminate all of them, and that will be super welcoming for cash flow purpose, because then we're not getting those IOUs. And then lastly would be to increase the cost of living adjustment of 4.05% to versus the 1.7% for the non-LCFF portion of our budgets. So basically tonight we're presenting the what we have based on the governor's May revise, and the board, we hope the board will adopt the LCAP obviously, and then our 21-22 budget next Thursday. And then after that, we know there will be fairly significant changes that will be coming, and we'll continue to monitor those changes and then bring them to the board as soon as we get those information. And so, but I think these are really good proposals that they have on the table, and so we're really excited and looking forward to see what will get passed at the end of the day. So that concludes my presentation, and I am happy to answer any more questions that you may have.
Yeah, on page 130 of the budget, we're increasing our management supervisor confidential employees from 176 to 190. So we're increasing our head count in management by 14. Who are those positions? What are those positions?
Those are employees that are hiring from the one-time funding, such as your school psychologist.
Okay.
And that's.
So they're considered in management?
Yes.
Okay.
On the admin schedule.
Okay. All right, thank you.
That's why you see the large increase, and then 2 years later, you see it go down.
Okay. Thank you.
Good question.
That's it? You usually have more. So, Nancy, thank you for your presentation. 2 questions. Are we still doing the, what they call the summer saver for our...
The classified summer assistance program, absolutely. So we are doing that.
Okay, thank you. And don't want to put you on the spot, but are we looking at plans to, to really look at the STRS and PERS and trying to combat that, irregardless if we get those fundings or not?
Yes, so
looking at ways to stabilize that.
Yes, so absolutely, that's something that that we are looking at, and so we will be coming with some recommendations very shortly. So there are ways that we can combat that.
Thank you.
The community schools, there's no real definition with finite material information for us, because they're talking here on the second line, provide integrated health, mental health, and social services. As someone told me that they're talking about dental services.
Dental services? Yes, so in some of the community schools that I've seen, they do offer different health services, including dental, vision, health checkups. So there's different ways that I know that we do, that we do partnership with some of these services, that they do have a van that they bring up to the campus. And so basically, our families can have those services on our campuses. So we are looking at different options as well. So I think the goal is to not just, including the additional support, but just the mental health as well as some of these health services that we can also provide.
I need more clarity in my understanding, because it's one-time investment. So if it's one time, then...
So that's yes.
I'm just telling you, when I came on this board, there was a dental facility here. And the problem was we didn't have enough room for classes. And we had a dentist that was coming on Saturdays or what, I don't remember. But the cost of putting in a dental facility is huge. The plumbing and the instruments and all of the technology is beyond the pale. And so it was discontinued and they removed everything. And we got that bus out there. And that bus was to go into the community and have a library, a moving library, and it sits out there. So my concern is, from my understanding of history, what I have witnessed, that just doesn't look good to me. And when they say one time $3 billion, you know, it'll be interesting to see the finite material of ideas.
Yeah, as you keep in mind too, as a board, we've brought in a lot of different partners and agencies where there is no cost to the district. It's part of nonprofits. It's just linking these services to families. And as you may recall, we have a partnership with Healthy Smiles, and they're providing dental work at no cost to the district. They bring in their own equipment. So you're right. I don't recall the program you're referring to, but I think that's back in the day when probably the product and the services were a little different than what they have now. Now they're able to bring in their equipment in. It's all sanitized. It's all done above water. And they're able to support students via that model.
It's mobile technology.
Yeah, and I when I was at Ball, was just leaving, and they were beginning to bring some of that stuff in, and it was pretty remarkable. And our kids were getting served, and for some of them, parents didn't have access to bring them to a dentist, and this was a way for them and their families to get that support at no cost to the families. So when we talk about community schools, it's not always going to come with the cost. Some of this money is seed money, like Gear Up, right, where the money is going to go, but if we can build sustainable systems and structures and develop these partnerships, then the services can last once the money leaves. So it's also being strategic with how we use these funds to build that community school concept. And that's where the two community school coordinators, Tanya and Araceli, have been really strategic in helping to build that at Sycamore and Anaheim as we look to begin expanding, like potentially with the farm at Magnolia and other schools. That's where we want to be really thoughtful and strategic about how we proceed. But to that example, with Healthy Smiles, there is no cost to the district. It's a partnership with a nonprofit. Yeah.
Thank you, Nancy. And I just wanted to address Jerry. Happy 21. That's a good number. And thank you so much for all your dedication and service. And we know you've worked long hours and stayed many days and nights to complete our budgets. And we owe you a debt of service. That's a kind of a pun there, but a debt of service to our district. And we wish you all the happiness. And now you can go see all the shows that you want to see. There you go. There you go.
Enjoy retirement.
Oh, I will, trust me.
Best wishes.
First week I had a day off in over 2 months.
Oh, wow.
Goodness.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Well, thank you and congratulations, Jerry.
Congratulations, Jerry.
Yes. Thank you, Nancy. Are there any other questions before she leaves entirely? Okay. Okay, so we had our public hearing and our presentation. Now we go on. Okay, so that was, okay. We had a little difference in numbering here.
10.1 is next.
I know, but I was just looking at the different numbering that I got on one page and then on the other. Okay, it's a little harder now that we're back in the person here. Okay, we're moving on to number 10, items of business. Our first one is 10.1, agency membership, California Association of School Transportation Officials.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any questions or comments? Hearing none. Okay, do we have to do?
No, we're open.
Are we open now? Can we just vote, or do we have to go name? Doesn't have to be name call. Okay, because it doesn't say name call, but I wanted to check. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Item 10.2, new board policy 7607, esports, second reading.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any questions or comments?
I just wanted to know if we can get an estimation of the numbers of students involved in esports. You don't have to give it to me right now, just kind of.
We can get you a more specific number, but I know there's hundreds, if not thousands of kids across the district that are participating in some shape or form with esports. It's
Thank you
growing.
so much.
Oh, yeah.
It's
Jaren,
growing. I'd just like to hear
and I
that.
read through the policy. I know that we're putting some really good catch pieces to make sure that this is not going out of control.
Yeah.
But my only concern that I've had from parents is that, hey, kids are doing this at home. Now we're kind of establishing this at school sites. And what I told them was that this allows them to be in a more controlled environment than at home. Right?
It does, and if you look at esports when it's done with intention, it's connected to the 5 Cs.
Right, and that's what I was
they're collaborating, so they're not isolated like you might see at home, but when they're doing this here under a controlled environment, one, we're making sure the games are appropriate and they're vetted through the different agencies, but then also it's connected to the skills and the collaboration, right? That they're working in partnership with other kids playing with whatever the task of the game is. So.
Developing interpersonal skills.
Yeah, yeah. And this, as you know, it's now a CIF recognized sport. It does target students who may not obviously be served by the traditional athletics or even other extracurricular activities. So it serves a unique purpose in connecting even those students to school in ways that they may not normally connect. And we're actually, at Magnolia, we're integrating esports into some of the classes as well. So it's, again, high interest for students, but connected to the content. So that's something we're looking to do as well.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay. Item 10.3, Grant Award, Fuse Science, Technology, Engineering, Art, and Mathematics, or STEAM grant.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any questions or comments?
Yeah, I have a question. I know I asked this question as to why didn't other schools apply, and I think I got the answer that Dale was the only one who received the email. My question and suggestion is, can we establish a system when there's a good program like this, that when one school gets it, that we have a system to share it with everyone so that everybody gets an opportunity to apply?
Yes, absolutely, absolutely, absolutely.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Any other comments, questions?
But
All right,
there could be a downfall to that.
Right. That's what I was
If the
just
school
thinking.
that initiated it may not get it, and some other school get it because of.
But I think this has like, what was it?
I'm not saying that what you did.
Yeah.
I agree with you, but I'm just saying there is a downfall.
Somebody might not want to share it, or,
Right.
don't want
Exactly.
Well, and then one of the points made was that they are usually sent to a school that, fits the criteria of what they want. So, in other words, Dale was offered this, but then if they were to tell, let's say, Lexington, and they aren't the target, so, I mean, there's two ways to handle it, in other words, but it never hurts to share information,
yeah.
I think,
There are opportunities.
Yeah.
and opportunities, right.
This was an exclusive grant. There were only 2 schools in the county that received it, Dale being one, and an elementary school in Irvine that received it. All the other schools are LA County
So.
or outside of the area, yeah.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. 10.4, Group Booking Agreement, Temecula Creek Inn Gear Up Conference.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. 10.5, Educational Consulting Agreement, Next Gen Science Innovations, Jim Clark.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Seeing, motion passes. 10.6, Cooperation Agreement, Road Trip Nation.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? All right, 10.7, Educational Consulting Agreement, Crisis Prevention Institute.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any questions or comments?
I just wanted to know if we could also expand this to our safety officers. I think this is a great tool because it involves de-escalation, things that they do all the time. So do we have any plans to involve them, or?
I can ask. I know that for those who recall PROACT, this is the old PROACT training that trains our staff on how to de-escalate. I can ask and see if this is something officers are allowed to participate in as well.
Well, I know you're getting permission to have trainers of trainers, and so.
Yes.
Maybe after that initial.
Yeah.
We can start implementing that. I think that would be a great tool for them.
Okay, I can work with Celeste, Amy, and even Shauna to see if we can make that happen.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions, comments? All right, seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, opposed? Motion passes. 10.8, Memorandum of Understanding with the City of Cypress School Resource Officer Program. I have a motion, do I have a second?
Second.
A motion and a second. Any questions or comments? I'd like to make a comment. This is really nice to hear. This is really good. I mean, I was already jealous of La Palma. They had their own, and now Cypress will have one. That's really good. So anytime we get that type of an outreach and a support, it's really appreciated. So,
Madam President,
yes.
I just wanted to point out to those who, I don't want to say oppose this, but just to add clarification to this program, that the officer doesn't involve, is not involved in the discipline of a student. It actually says, in this agreement, disciplinary matters shall remain the responsibility of the teacher and the administrators, not the SRO. And
well, he's there also to provide tobacco-related education,
Correct.
enforcement, and outreach. He's not there as a
Disciplinarian.
or whatever.
well, and if it's criminal, of course.
Of course.
And
Right.
we have that liaison, and this is supposed to be more of a team approach, partnership. It's not supposed to be, punitive.
To develop and build
Right.
trust amongst the students and the police force.
And the police force,
He's
correct.
a resource officer, not a policeman on campus. He's, in other words, a little bit different, so
Correct.
hope they all
Just
understand
wanted
that.
to point that out.
Okay. Any other comments, questions? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, opposed? Motion passes. 10.9, Educational Consulting Agreement, Ernie T. Grudzuski, Empowerment Comedian and TEDx Speaker.
So moved.
I don't know, I have a second?
Second.
All right.
I have a
Any
question.
questions or comments?
I just wanted to know if Adela has vetted this person, or if we can make sure that Adela has vetted this person. It's kind of a sensitive nature, so I just want to make sure.
Yeah, I don't know if Adela has vetted this person, but I think this came out of, CATA, the ASB, for all the ASB directors when they go get trained in the spring. So there's a grouping of national motivational speakers who come and speak with schools across the country, and that's where I think this ball was given this person's contact, because they're vetted through that organization. But I don't know if they've connected with Adela.
Again, I would just like to make sure that we vetted the content and
Oh, yeah,
what's
of
going
course.
to be said, since this is very sensitive.
Of course.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. 10.10, Quote and Nearpod Inc.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion, a second. Any questions or comments?
Yeah, I did. I know that I asked this question because I think we pulled this item from May 6th and we're bringing it back because of teachers' input. My related suggestion is, I know we're flush with money and we're trying out different programs which work, but I want to have a system that we actually vet the programs that are necessary and have a way to really hold it accountable for what we need and then use those funds appropriately. Because I know that we might have 25 teachers who like one system, another 25 who like a different system. But if they're all having something similar, why not get it and get a big bang for the buck, right? By not investing too much funds in different direction. So that was my point when I brought it up, so that's
Right,
it.
and I will add to that because I was involved in that discussion in the committee meeting when it was discussed and the difference between Peer Deck and
Nearpod.
Nearpod. And it sounds, well, you know, and I think we need to do a little work with our teachers too, because Peer Deck does what Nearpod does, but Nearpod does it better and has more options that they can use. So but a lot of teachers are using Peer Deck because they started using it first and it's easier, or they're just used to it. So if we can get a little bit of communication between the teachers as well, and hope maybe some of them will start using Nearpod more or whatever. It's a little bit more expensive, but it does more.
Exactly, that's my point,
Right.
right? if
So
it's doing
during
the
this
same thing-
year, we need to get the teachers to cooperate, to look into it and make that decision between the two.
Yep.
So that's why it came back.
All right.
Because there was an outcry of, you know, let's do, so, okay. Any other questions, comments? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Motion passes. 10-11, school-sponsored student organizations.
So move for all of them.
All right, I have a second?
Second.
Okay, any questions or comments?
Yes, on 10-11-4, I could not find what KIKA stands for.
Kika.
You're not alone. So Trustee Smith also asked the same question, and I was looking up. I have a call out to Dr. Hodgins at Cypress, but it's a national organization. It's a pretty large organization, and nothing I found had any acronym for what Kika stood for. It's just a large organization that does this kind of work. And this club isn't the organization. It's a club that brings awareness to the same concepts and service.
Okay.
Manuel, is this the organization that I?
Yes.
That one?
Yes.
Okay, so that it's
Yes.
actually a organization that brings awareness to
Honduras.
They actually raise funds for Guatemala.
But yes.
And they do a lot of fundraising and supporting of families over there, and they do it by fundraising here. So that's why we had some concerns about it, but then we worked it out. So.
Yes.
Okay, I just
But
wanted to make sure.
I couldn't find anything.
You know, because sometimes you just never know, and I
Yeah.
couldn't find anything online.
It's an established organization, but
It's an
I could not
established
find
organization,
anything that defined what KIKA stood for, if any.
Got it. All right.
Okay, any other questions, comments? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Okay. Item 10.12, 2021-22 ASTA salary schedule.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any questions or comments? All right, seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. 10.13, public hearing, disclosure of collective bargaining agreement with CSEA. Open the public hearing. Do I have any in the audience that wishes to make a comment? Seeing none, close the public hearing. Item 10.14, adoption of the 2021 collective bargaining agreement with CSEA.
So moved.
So I have a motion and a second.
Sure.
Any questions or comments? I'm glad it's here. All right. Any other? No? All right. Those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. 10.15, public hearing, disclosure of collective bargaining agreement with AFSCME. Open the public hearing. Do I have anyone that wishes to speak to this item? Seeing none, close the public hearing. 10.16, adoption of the 2021 collective bargaining, 2020-21 collective bargaining agreement with AFSCME.
So moved.
Second?
Motion and a second. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Item 11, consent calendar. Do I have any items that the board wishes to pull?
Yes.
Yep.
Starting with Ms. Trejo.
3, 4, and 5.
3, 4, and 5.
It can be all together, 11:36 and 11:37.
Okay. All right.
11:29, 11:30.
11:29 and 11:30. 11:21 and 11:25. Anybody else? Let's see.
Move for the
I
balance.
had, okay. Wait a minute here. Okay, move the balance. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay. Starting with items 11.3, 4, and 5.
So moved?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Okay, any questions, comments?
Just wanted to comment to the public that we contract for audit services in, the interest of transparency for our budgets, for our bond monies, and school facility programs. I just wanted to point that out.
Very good, right, because we are closely monitored, believe me, And this is a firm which we have worked with quite a while, but they have changed their names, and so it's a little harder to figure out. Bailey? No. But anyway, any other comments or questions? Okay, seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. On to item 11.21.
So I actually asked the cost in terms of repair. I'm just curious to know, I know cost is about $105,000. If you've already spent $12,000 on one and $16,000 on another one, if it's not hurting our budget, would it be appropriate for us to actually purchase another one and maybe get a discount? Buy 2 items and get a bigger discount?
Yeah, that was kind of
And
like,
I
why
make a
not get them
motion.
both?
I make a motion so we can discuss it.
Oh, I second.
Okay.
Good evening, Board of Trustees. Good to see you in person. So regarding the question, these 2 mowers are old, and our staff have done a lot of work actually repairing them in-house before we send them outside. The 2 repairs that we found, that we presented, those were repairs that we actually had to send them outside for repairs, and they were $12,000 and $16,000. I tried to group together all the information about when we did the repair ourselves and the parts, and unfortunately a lot of the parts we buy on a blanket purchase order, so it's really difficult for us to bring all of those.
No, I get that.
Right.
Well,
So-
I'm trying to make your case
Sure.
in terms of we're spending $105,000.
Right.
So we need 2 more.
Right.
We're purchasing 1. My question is, if we purchase another one, since if it's not going to burden our budget, purchase the other one too and get a discount for both, because it looks like we spent $12,000, or actually $13,000 on one and $16,000 on the other one and more, right? So if we have the opportunity to purchase 2 and get a bigger discount, so that we save more money in the long run than just purchasing 1 and then the next one next year. So I guess that's a question you have to answer.
And
Yes, it's under a CMAS contract, so it's a renegotiated rate, so it's for, so if you buy 2, it's the same price, because that's the lowest price already under the CMAS, so that's, yes, so that's what we're thinking, we, buy 1 now and then 1 for the following year's budget, that's kind of how we were trying to gauge it, because the price is the same.
But again, if you go through another one and get another bump for it and spend another $16,000, I'm just thinking that's a waste of money, right?
Yeah.
So that's why.
Now, maybe when the one we don't replace breaks again, just kill it and buy a new one.
Yeah, I think that's what our intent was, if it just, yeah.
And actually, there would be a benefit to purchasing both of them at the same time, because there's a lead time for a few months before we get the new one. So it is beneficial in a way to actually buy both of them at the same time. So that way, because the moment we send the purchase, there's again a few months before we receive the new one. So there's a few months where there's that chance we might have to spend some repair costs on that.
There you go. So
Bring it back again next month.
next month, bring the other one.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the first time board members are asking to buy something.
Yeah.
Beyond what you're asking for, so be happy.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye. And good try.
Opposed? Okay. Next item is 11.25.
Yeah,
So moved.
Move second, sorry. The reason that I brought that up is kind of a more of a policy question. I think it goes to the board. and I'm looking at it more and more, looking at not only the county, but also other cities. With the pandemic going on, we're looking to give opportunities more for our small businesses in our own district or in our own tax base, right? So I know it really is not related to this because I got the answer for this question, but it's more of a policy-related question. I know Brad's here. I asked the question if we, in our procurement process, in our bidding process, if we do give an opportunity to add a certain number of points, like the county does, in terms of giving the ability for small businesses to have the opportunity to bid and get a contract, right?
Yeah.
And I know that based on your answer, you were saying that there might be some legal issues that we got to take a look at,
Right.
and also the federal guidelines that we have. So my question is, if the board entertains it, maybe you and the team could take a look at other jurisdictions which have similar proposals and come up with a program which the board could look at, which gives opportunity for small businesses and organizations who are living in Orange County, or at least in Anaheim Union High School District boundaries, or in Orange County, so that they get an opportunity.
Would that violate the lowest responsive bidding?
Yes or no? So that's
why. It's a yes and no answer.
So depending on the type of procurement that we're going to be doing, first of all, it's great to see you guys. It's great to see you. It's been a while. But yeah, depending on what we're going to be procuring and the type of procurement we're going to do, will determine what type of program we can implement and use this type of process for. So I'll just throw out code. Public Contract Code 20111 basically states that you award to the lowest and most responsive bidder, as you're saying, Mr. O'Neill. But when you're looking at things that are potentially under that limit, you're looking at what we call an RFP under another government code, 53060, which is more subjective. There's ways you can look at doing a program such as Mr. Jabbar's suggesting. It's going to take a lot. One, we have to kind of determine what are we trying to accomplish, as a district, as a board. You mentioned the small business program and for local businesses. We can look at that, but again, there's legal ramifications behind what we do, and it's going to take quite a bit of research for us to really look into it. Larger organizations such as the County of Los Angeles, the state, like City of Santa Ana, they have large, and the County of Orange, they have large resources, and those are cities. I mean, LA Unified obviously has their own rules that pertain to them as well, so it's possible, maybe. We really have to look into it before we take a deep dive into it before we actually really do something. But is it possible? Yeah, potentially it could be.
So if the board, I mean, obviously I'm just one person asking, but if the board does desire, maybe it's an opportunity to take a look at our surrounding districts and see, or even jurisdictions like Orange County.
Sure.
I can facilitate to get some information out too, to see if we have a model program that we could implement. So
Yeah, so the first step is obviously to do some research to figure out what's out there, what we can do, and then, for the board, I guess, to take a direction on what are we trying to accomplish with this program. We set goals. We have to look at systems. How are we going to track this program? Can our systems actually do this? What is it going to entail? How many resources are we going to take for us to be able to do this? Because it adds an extra burden. Is it going to be vendors? Is it going to be contractors, subcontractors?
And would you have to go through all that for every time you make a purchase?
Potentially, yes.
That's
So it affects our procedures for procurement. So that's why I'm saying there's effects that we're going to feel. There could be a cost associated with it that we have to really dive into and look at. And what is that going to be? What is it going to look like for our district? I think it's a great approach, and I think it's a great thought. And we really have. That's why we got to deep dive into this to really see what we can do for this program to even accommodate a program like this.
My concern, though, because these are the larger businesses that are supplying a large amount. We have a large food dispersion, our food department. And I agree with you wanting to give our small local businesses business, but I sometimes wonder if they could even handle
this particular one. For this particular item, you probably couldn't, because they're mostly out of Orange County and out of Arizona.
Right, they're large. Well, that's what I'm saying. This is the concern that when you are wanting to support a local business, is for some food items, they may not have enough or be capable of supplying enough, you know, so.
Again, yeah.
I hear what you're saying, but I think it poses additional problems.
Not related to this particular item, but I'm talking about in general as a policy for our district. So again, that might take a little bit of time for you to take a look at.
Right.
I'll find out and get you some information too, as much as possible.
Sure.
We can take a look at it and see, and evaluate to see if there is a cost benefit to it.
That's right. And I mean, there's simple things we can do is just like outreach, you know, trying to outreach to the community and let them know, hey, this is how you do business with our district. This is what we can do to help you, you know.
That could come out of it, yeah, absolutely. Because I think the key is there are a lot of local businesses which are hurting. And if there is something that we purchase that the local business could do it and they could get a leg up, why not, right? So that's it. Thank you.
Okay, so any other questions or comments? Hearing none, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? All right, motion passes. 11.3, no, 29 and 30.
So moved.
Second?
I have a motion and a second. Any questions or comments? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes. Okay, 11.36.
So moved.
Second.
So I just wanted to bring this out. It was, you know, it's buried in our consent. This is another wonderful partnership that we have, and if I can get someone to speak briefly about this program, I think it's exciting. We're working with Famous Actors Organization, and, you know, here in Anaheim, so.
Yes, so hi again. This is the Whitaker Peace Development Initiative, which was initially prior at Ball. That went very well. And what it does, it embeds basically lessons on social emotional learning. And I say that, but it's really a peace initiative, right? Conflict, social conflict is geared toward junior high school students, where you might have more of the bullying aspect, or and it embeds through the core content. It stays with the California state standards, but the content is tailored and embedded with conflict resolution. Or if you're looking at in science, and you may say, well, there's a lot of pollution, and there's it's harming the turtles, it's harming, different aspects of ocean life. And within that standard, they would address, well, what could we do? What could you do to help that without being accusatory or blaming others or saying it's your fault because you're not using a plastic straw? And really using the content to tailor how you can address problems of the world or personal. It just depends on the content, in a peaceful manner. And the staff, amazingly, from their interactions with Ball, they actually went outside of the core content and now have embedded lessons through their work with Ball, through PE, VAPA, and so they're going to be able to expand that at Walker Junior High School. And the staff is on board. They're very excited. It's going to be part of their professional development days when the teachers come back.
Okay.
And the principal was trying to get it the first time, but Ball got it. So now they are exceptionally excited to move forward. So, and I'm excited to see even how, when we talk about the school climate, the impact that has when you have your staff on board as well. So.
I love it. Thank you so much for explaining that, and I love the idea. It's trying to empower our students in a proper way, in a civil way.
In a civil way, yes.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, any other questions or comments? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, and 11, let's see, what was the next one?
12.
Wait, no, I was trying to see which.
Aren't they all?
Yeah, it's the next one.
Oh.
11:3.
Oh, there's no more, is that the last of the,
11:37.
well, that's what I thought. I was looking for my back page. I turned the page on top of it. All right, 11:37.
Second.
I have a motion and a second.
So I just wanted to point out, in the interest of the parents that were here, if we look at Exhibit CCC, all of the, our partnership, of course, with North Orange County Community College District, but looking at all of the content area of our dual enrollment programs, the list is just amazingly long, and I just didn't want that to kind of get buried in our agenda. It's fabulous, and to provide all of our students with an array of classes that they can take. There was just from VAPA to science to language. It's just a plethora of opportunity for our students to enrich their schooling and get college credit. So bravo. That's just a body of work, and I know that's just been compounded and compounding, and I'm really proud to point that out. So thank you. Yes, absolutely. Take credit, because it's just an amazing amount of opportunity for our students.
Okay, any other comments or questions? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, so that is the consent calendar. Okay. Oh, good grief. Okay, wait a minute. Okay, 12, item 12. Superintendent and staff report. No report. No report. Brad, where'd he go? No report? Okay.
He better not have one.
All right. Item 13, Board of Trustees report. We'll start with Mrs. Trejo.
I just wanted to say that I was so thankful this year and so grateful to the team in a fast turnaround, having to coordinate our graduations and all at Handle, and they were just all fantastic. I want to thank our assistant principals who led, the wedding, and again, Dr. Egan's, without you revamping the whole graduation ceremony and getting the systems in place and getting, our contacts with photographers and all of that. But I also want to thank your team, and they did a tremendous job. And it was a tremendous honor, I can say, that I attended every single graduation this year, and it was a treat. It's a culmination of what we do, why we're here every day, to make sure that those students can, take that walk and advance that milestone in their life. And our families were absolutely cooperative and wonderful, and I think most of them were grateful for the opportunity to be there and watch their child. And I just have a tremendous heart filled with gratitude for our district. I know this has just been, everybody has all their adjectives for what kind of year it was. It was just, the word to me this now is weird. It's just weird year, and with all of the, the sorrow and the sadness and anxiety, we did end our year, I think, on a very, very high note. And everybody in this room, all of the teachers and staff and classified from the span of the district, I am so incredibly grateful and honored to be a trustee. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. O'Neill.
Nothing more? Okay.
That's it.
Okay. I attended the Classified Employee of the Year recognition online, which was a nice event to have, and we pulled it this evening, but Adrian Prieto, the ASME president, who received the recognition in the state, so I think that we should recognize him. Eventually, he will be recognized. I visited 8 schools before graduation, and I ran out of time to visit more, so that'll be in the future. I attended the confusing OCSBA budget presentation.
Yeah.
Very complicated, and thank you, Nancy, for your presentation this evening. It helps to give us a little bit more clarity of mind, and it is a complicated situation, and yes, we have a lot of money, but at the same time, we don't have a lot of money going forward, so something to be mindful of. I attended a La Palma Kiwanis meeting where they recognized Myrna Wicks, who is the FACES from Kennedy, who retired, thanking her for all the effort that she put into helping the families there at Kennedy. So that was a nice event. I didn't attend all the graduations as my colleague here to the left did, but I did attend 4 graduations, and they all went very well. I was not surprised, but it was very pleasant to see the outcome of them. So under the circumstances, everything went very well, and I didn't hear any issues at all. I attended a sister city meeting where we're still talking about what are we going to do for this next year, this coming year, in the way of exchanges, if any. And on the sad note, I'd like to close the meeting with remembering Chuck Darrington, our personnel commissioner, who passed away just recently. Thank you.
Mr. Jabbar?
Yeah, I'll keep it short. I attended the graduation. Again, congratulations to our team which put it together. I think we did a fantastic job not being at Glover Stadium and saving money, and on top of it, putting on a great wedding for our students, which allowed us to see our parents. It was kind of like synchronized swimming. You had all the parents just lined up really nice. So congratulations to the entire team for putting it together. Appreciate that. I had the opportunity to participate in all of them except for 2 graduations. So that was a record for me. So thank you again. And I attended our ROP meeting, which was always very informative. Thank you.
And Mrs. Smith?
I'd just like to express gratitude to all you wonderful people that do what you do under beyond difficult times. And I think of you all often with a heart of, you're just wonderful people, and I feel grateful to just know you people. And Mr. Robinson, I want to recognize you as a new member of this family, and thank you so much for joining us, and wishing you well. Thank you.
Okay. I attended the graduations, most of them. I think I was at all but a couple. I loved the graduations, and I have to say, I think they went really well. We did an amazing job. And we kept talking about, this is what we should do next year. This venue worked out beautifully. There'll be some additional things we have to do. But like you, Al, you looked up at the stands, and people were just, where they were supposed to be. And they did what they were supposed to because they were so happy to be there. It was just great. The one thing I have to say, though, I was surprised at all the graduations. None of them threw their hats in the air after they graduated, like they've done before. But I didn't at the ones I was at. The graduate, huh? One?
There was one. There was one.
One? Okay. And it was like...
Which shall not be named.
No, okay. That's okay. I mean, to me, that's normal. But at least we didn't have any bouncing balls or anything like that. So, but I just was really pleased with the whole setup, and I think we've found another way to do our graduations. Then I also attended the retirement tea, and I was a little sad that we weren't able to do a little bit more than have an online thing for our retirees, because every year I look forward to that, you know, and saying goodbye to them, because I worked with a lot of them, and so good old COVID really ruined a lot of things. And the same thing with Friends of Education, because we had to do our Friends of Education online, and that's too bad, because I always enjoyed that ceremony, and the fact that we get our culinary arts students out there supplying the meal and showing off their skills. But at least we acknowledge them. And then I attended the AVID panel that was held at Orange View, and those kids did a really good job. It's amazing sometimes what junior high school kids can accomplish. It's phenomenal. And then I also attended a couple of opening of schools task force, and we'll be meeting again during the summer. And I have to say this, a lot of these teachers are devoting an hour every week to discuss all these issues and whatever, and I think it's great. I really am glad to hear the involvement in the teachers in giving their ideas. And this was where the issue of Peer Deck and Nearpod came up. So, and then I did attend that OCSBA school services budget thing, and it, you know, a little tough, but there's more. I'll be attending a few more of them online, but I have to say this about online. I think there is going to be a value to some of our meetings being online during the regular year, because, for instance, opening of schools task force, the teachers can be wherever they are on all the different campuses throughout our district, spend that hour before school starts on a Tuesday morning, and, you know, but whereas if they had to drive, they couldn't do it. But, you know, so there's going to be a place for online meetings still. And we're going to have our next board meeting online, because it's going to be a short one, and that relieves the, you know, need for us to drive in for that, because it would be like 15 minutes instead of 5 hours, or so at any rate. Okay, let's move on to advanced planning. Our future meeting dates, our next one will be held Thursday, June 24th at 4 p.m. That is going to be our LCAP meeting. That's next week. And after that, our next one will be Thursday, July 15th. Item 14.2, suggested agenda items. Do I have any suggestions or? Okay, seeing none, do I have a motion for adjournment? All right, do I have a second?
Second.
All right.